going? Good morning, and thank you so much for coming, and a warm welcome to all of you watching on the live stream. My name is Tammy Baumick. I'm the Vice President of Civility and Partnerships at Roblox, and I'm also the chair of the Family Online Safety Institute. Thank you, Stephen. I want to begin with a huge thank you to Google for generously hosting us today in this magnificent space. It's pretty amazing, right? And I'd also like to thank for the financial support of our sponsors, TikTok and GoBubble, without whom this event would not have been possible. Thank you. For those of you unfamiliar with FOSI, we are an international nonprofit organization whose mission is to make the online world safer for kids and their families. We do this through what we call the 3 Ps. Enlightened public policy, industry best practices, and good digital parenting. We are also a convener, bringing the top thinkers and practitioners in the field of online safety to collaborate and innovate in the space. We are gathering at a rather auspicious time, as you all know. Some of us will recall the advent of the World Wide Web in the mid-90s and all of the changes that technology brought. And then again, around 2005, we saw the emergence of what became known as Web 2.0 with the arrival of user-generated content, social media, and smartphones. And now, in 2023, we are coming to terms with the promise and potential perils of generative AI, from OpenAI and ChatGPT to Bing and Bard. While it can be hard to separate the hype from reality, this does feel like a seismic shift in the way we do business, teach, learn, communicate, and well, everything, every part of our lives. We will have a panel discussion that focuses on AI, but I have no doubt that it will be referred to throughout the day, given the fact that it is the topic of conversation of every meeting that I go to. Given how new this field is, I'm excited to announce that FOSI will be conducting an international research project exploring the awareness and perceptions of generative AI amongst parents and teens in the USA, Japan, and Germany. Many, many, many thanks to Google for their support of this work, which we hope will begin to build a foundation of understanding within this very new and rapidly developing area. The results of the study will be presented at our annual conference on November 13th in Washington, D.C. We very much hope you can join us for that. So we've called this year's forum Regulating and Innovating Online Safety. The title reflects a new reality in our space that lawmakers around the world are drafting national and state legislation on different aspects of online safety. And national regulators, whether that is Ofcom, the FTC, or the eSafety Commissioner in Australia, are putting new laws into practice. At the same time, we also see numerous companies and many NGOs coming up with new and innovative solutions, whether in the field of age estimation, content moderation, or cyberbullying prevention. Somehow we must find a way to balance the need to pass laws while providing the space and environment for new ideas and practical tools to emerge. And we must keep young people's rights in mind, giving them agency to control what they experience online, rather than passing dangerous blanket bans that curtail their means of connecting with others in the outside world. Yes, there is a mental health crisis amongst young people, and many are concerned about the contributing impact of technology and social media use, but we must be thoughtful and evidence-based, huge underscore, evidence-based, when considering new laws and regulations that will have a profound impact on teens' ability to access information or express themselves. With all of that in mind, I hope you have a wonderful and stimulating day, and I look forward to speaking with many of you at the breaks and the reception this evening. So without further ado, I'd like to invite FOSI's founder and CEO, Stephen Balcom, to introduce his special guest. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Tammy. It's a wonderful introduction, a nice way to set up the conversation, I want to add my thanks, obviously, to Google and to our generous sponsors to make this possible. It's been quite a journey over this last few months getting ready for this. And, I make a joke to folks that I read the paper in the morning to figure out what I'm going to do that day. That's how fast the technology is moving. That's how fast the regulatory frameworks are moving in my own country, in the United States, but around the world. It's really, really great to be back here. I looked back in the archives. We had a European forum here in Dublin in 2013 with the then Minister Francis Fitzgerald, and who is now an MEP. Claire Perry, MP, came over from London. And this space, I think, was very, very new 10 years ago. But it's wonderful to be back. I was also here in March for a GSEC, the Google Safety Engineering Center. I think that's the title, for a wonderful conference there as well. Anyway, enough from me. I want to introduce to you Markham Erickson. He is a seasoned lawyer and public policy professional, having worked with the internet and technology companies since the beginning of the commercial internet, including working on crafting the global foundational laws that apply to the web. He is currently the VP of Google's Government Affairs and Public Policy Centers of Excellence. Welcome.
Thank you, Stephen. Good to be here.
I'm so pleased.
Can't believe it's been a year.
I know. Well, so a year ago, we had a forum in London, our first since the pandemic. You came over for that and provided a keynote address. You talked about the age assurance research that we were about to conduct. We're here now in the Safety Center. Can you tell us a little bit about what the GSEC is and what it does?
Yeah, so first of all, it's great to be with you again on the stage. It is hard to believe it's been a year. And on behalf of all my colleagues at Google, welcome to everyone to this facility. It's actually my first time visiting the facility because I joined Google 4 years ago. And 2 years of that time, there was no travel.
True.
So it's been great to be here. This year will mark the 20th anniversary of our presence here in Dublin, which is not quite as long as the commercial internet has been around, but not far off. And so it was an early investment for us at Google, and it remains our largest European office building. We have about 7,000 people here. We have something like 75 different languages represented in the building, and we have around 200 professionals that are dedicated to ensuring that users have a safe experience on the internet. And these are subject matter experts, they're public policy professionals, and they're engineers, and their job is dedicated to ensure that the mission of Google, which is to make the world's information universally accessible and useful, implicit in that is to ensure that the content that one interacts with is not illegal, it's not harmful, and so providing that kind of safe and secure experience is a big part of what people in this building do. So it's appropriate that we're here, and so glad that we could host you here.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well, thank you. Let's go back to that research, the making sense of age assurance. You know, some of the findings we came up with included a lot of ambivalence with parents and kids about some of the methods. You know, there was no single approach that rose to the top as to what method parents felt should be used. There was a concern on effectiveness versus invasiveness, for instance. And a rather surprising finding, and this was in the US, UK, and France, a majority in each of those three countries admitted that they had circumvented age assurance barriers or techniques to get their kids online. What did you make of the findings of that research?
Yeah, so first of all, that kind of research is so important to do, and thank you for doing the research. We were really glad to help support the research. And Tammy, thank you for announcing the research around Gen AI. A big part of the success of all of our work will be to have data and better understanding about expectations and the use of products and technologies by kids and families. I think the research, at some level underscores that children are increasingly using technology in every aspect of their lives, and at younger and younger ages. And there's a part of that, of course, that's appropriate and wonderful. They're using technology in their schools to learn. They're using technology to communicate with family and friends. They're using technology for entertainment purposes. And so the use of the ubiquity of that provides a lot of opportunities, but of course it provides an opportunity and challenges. And we need to lean into the challenges, not shy away from them. Our approach is to provide age-appropriate experiences, to not have a one-size-fits-all. Of course, as everyone in this room knows, what's appropriate for a 7-year-old and a 16-year-old are different. But we don't want to have a homogeneous experience that is only appropriate to the 7-year-old or is appropriate to the 16-year-old at the 7-year-old's expense. So we need to lean into the ambiguity. There's in this space, there's a lot of competing policy trade-offs, and we need to lean into those. And what FOSI is so great about is convening regulators, stakeholders, industry participants to tackle some of those challenges.
Well, speaking of challenges, you're a global company, and presumably, like me, you're reading the papers all the time. What are the trends that you are tracking? And for that matter, what are the challenges that you have got to deal with as a company in dealing with these, taking and keeping a global perspective?
Yeah, so, just going first at sort of a region by region snapshot, in this region, there's been a lot of activity in the regulatory space. Europe and the UK have been on the leading edge of passing child safety laws, whether it's the UK AADC or the Online Safety Act. Here in Europe, it's the DSA. We have a CSAM file. There's the DPC principles. So there's a lot to work with. It's raised the bar for everyone, including us. I think a challenge going forward will also be for everyone in the community, not just for companies, is to see how all of these laws interact with each other, and how we can create a coherent experience for users. We understand how to comply, so the regulatory dialogue is going to be really, really important to balance all that. In the U.S., the U.S. is certainly behind in the arc of the regulatory thinking. I think we see two sort of schools of policy making in the U.S., and one is an AADC-like approach, which is an approach we support. And there's another approach that's been more about tech mandates, sort of top-down control, preventing access to content, even preventing parents' ability to provide access to content in some cases, to require age assurance requirements that don't take into consideration privacy principles, minimization principles. And so we're going to have to work through those. We're trying to work through those with policymakers. We would love to see more coherence at a federal level. We've been arguing and advocating for federal privacy legislation for years. So the U.S. is still in that conversation at a federal level, and we're seeing the states fill the vacuum in ways that I think are challenging to navigate. And I think that's one reason why the sort of the cross-border regulatory dialogue is so important, and having convenings like this is so important to get more thought leadership out there. And then I think APAC and emerging markets, it's really to make sure that in the content policies we adopt, we're being cognizant of local mores and norms. Yeah. And I think it's one reason why sort of a one-size-fits-all regulatory perspective doesn't really work when you try to globalize experiences, but also taking into account and being respectful of local traditions.
So Tammy mentioned Gen AI. I mean, that wasn't even on the agenda this time last year. What just describe Google's approach to this. And for that matter, did you guys sign that petition to stop the development of AI? I don't think you did, but I'm asking rhetorically.
Yeah, we didn't sign that, although the CEO of DeepMind, which is a Google product, and our SVP, James Manika, have been very vocal and signed a letter asking and encouraging governments to really look at some of the frontier model AI technologies with an eye toward making sure that some of the societal harms that are possible with something like this technology are looked at in a proactive way. So AI, there's no doubt it provides these amazing opportunities, and they already have amazing opportunities, the LLMs and the generative AI, to solve these incredibly complex problems. An example, whether it's, there's flood forecasting, there's healthcare breakthroughs. Our AlphaFold unit of Google DeepMind mapped, there's about 200 million known proteins in the human body. And understanding each protein, what they call protein folding, is really critical because every protein is unique. So mapping out every protein, it takes a PhD student about 5 years, 3 to 5 years to do that. And within months, DeepMind mapped all 200 million proteins, made that publicly available. And the possibilities from that to solve diseases, we have yet to see all of the benefits from that, but no doubt will be incredible benefits. So rather than spending time studying each individual protein, now PhD students can spend time figuring out how to use the known mapping of those proteins to solve infectious disease and other things. So incredible potential, but also a lot of potential for harm. And so we need to lean into, I think, that tension. And our position is that we should be bold. We need to be responsible as a company. At the same time, we have AI principles that we adopted in 2017 to help guide our engineers about our values with AI. But we need to have conversations with society and government to look at both the input that AI uses. There's certain privacy issues there, as well as kids-related considerations, and the output, the potential harms, whether it's misinformation or synthetic media that becomes harmful. And those conversations, I think, are on the front end. The EU is a little ahead of some regions with the pending AI Act, but our view is to have a proportional and risk-based approach, and be cognizant of all of the opportunities, but be sober-minded about also the potential harms. That's one part of the conversation. The other part of the conversation, very really, is the fact that everyone with a smartphone, billions of people, have AI in their pocket, right? So we incorporate it in our search technology, in our Gmail products, and countless other products to identify threats, to block spam, to anticipate what a user is interested in when they search, or to do things like on my Pixel phone as I chat. The chat feature can instantaneously translate 21 different languages. And that's increasing. Last week we announced that in India our goal was to be able to provide that kind of translation for 100 different dialects and languages in that continent. So there's amazing potential and opportunities, and some of them are already happening as we speak.
Given our next panel, how can regulators and policymakers work more in tandem with each other and with companies like your own?
Well, your organization is one of those fora to be able to bring people together. I think it's more important than ever that at a time where there's not a lot of multilateral treaty making and cooperation on certain fronts, in the spaces around regulating AI, protecting children, we need more of the multilateral conversations. We need more sharing with regulators on best practices, best principles. It gives consumers and families more certainty. It gives companies more certainty. It's good for the ecosystem. And to share learnings as they happen. So I know a lot of that is underway. But we've encouraged that. We try to participate in as much of that as possible because the dialogue is super important.
Okay, so let's just, for the sake of argument, say that strategies are created and people are aligned. Who's then responsible for communicating that?
Well, I think we all are. I think we all have a responsibility, and I think governments, of course, have a responsibility to help educate, whether it's children in curricula or in other ways through public awareness campaigns. Certainly, we feel a responsibility to do that with public awareness campaigns, with providing tools and features on our products and services that give people the ability to understand how our products and services work. It's really important. There's university research that happens and can get out there, and the study that you referenced that we did last year is a perfect example. I think there's still a lot of confusion about technology and families feeling like they don't really know how to navigate some of the choices that their kids have. So we all have to be part of the conversation.
Given, and it's sort of been referenced a little bit, but given the pretty stark differences in policy approach, let's go back to the states for the moment. The lack of a federal privacy law has created this environment where the states are now popping up with their own interesting responses. Utah, we referenced with the ban, for instance, of TikTok, time restrictions now, the kind of things that we've seen in repressive countries. Are you optimistic or pessimistic that we're going to find our way in the next 3 to 5 years in the United States towards some kind of, I don't know, national understanding of how to approach these issues?
Yeah, well, I'm an optimist, so I have a lot of optimism that the policymaking will find a way to serve communities in effective ways. I think it reflects still some misunderstanding from policymakers and parents about the use of technology. The conversation that we've had in this part of the world about balancing access and children's rights with protection and age-appropriate access, as well as proportionate safety features, needs to happen more in the United States. It needs and should happen at a federal level. The conference that you hosted in the United States last year is a good step toward that, but more of that needs to happen. I think we're still in the beginning stages of that. But it's a challenging environment right now as we look at the United States with competing laws, sometimes much different approaches, sometimes with technology mandates, and trying to figure out how to navigate that is not good for, it's not just not good for us, it's not good for any technology company that's trying to have certainty in how they design products, but it's not good for families for them to understand and the ecosystem and to have certainty, or for children in places where they're denied access because of these strict limitations on their ability to engage with products and services. So I'm hopeful. I think the conversation is still in the early days, but yeah, it's challenging now. And on the flip side of that, there's many organizations that have leaned into the conversation in the United States, including FOSI, Five Rights, others that I think have been really productive actors to bring some smart policy thinking in the states.
Yeah, let's stay with Five Rights for a moment, because they have developed, and if I think about children's rights, I think of a European approach, not so much an American approach. Do you think that there's some possibility or some traction for that to catch on in the States?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, California has a version of the age-appropriate design code. We think it needs to be refined. And some states were close to passing an age-appropriate design code last year. Some of those proposals we were very supportive of, including organizations like Five Rights, where we jointly supported an age-appropriate design code approach, and we're aligned on our advocacy in those states. So it's absolutely essential to have civil society engaged in those conversations. So we've been trying to encourage more education from people that are looking out for the rights of children.
For a European audience, we come against, when we bring that up, in certain parts of the States, a phrase "parents' rights," which is code for, well, how would you describe to a European audience what parents' rights is code for?
Well, I think different people in the United States have different views on that, but I think the critical component here is to ensure that the rights of children to access content, which is enshrined in treaties, need to be respected as well. Children have rights, and they need to be able to access content. So, of course, families need to make decisions for the families, including parents, and we try to provide that flexibility in the products and services we provide, and we're happy to have that flexibility enshrined in regulatory proposals. But the parent rights can sometimes be interpreted as the parents have absolute control over access at any age to content, and we have to be careful about that as well.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, we're very, very excited to be partnering with you on this next research journey, which we're going to launch at the conference in November. Hope you can join us for that. But in the meantime, please thank Markham Erickson. Oh my, I'm a long way away. Can you see me? Yeah. Okay, so I just prefaced in my conversation with Markham that we'd be going straight into a regulatory panel, so here we are. And I'm actually going to ask each of my wonderful panelists to introduce themselves, so would you like to start?
Morning, everyone, and thank you to the Family Online Safety Institute and Stephen for having me here this morning. I'm Niamh Hodnett. I'm Ireland's Online Safety Commissioner. I was appointed on the 15th of March this year. So the last time when I was in this fabulous room, I barely had my feet under the desk. I'm back here today, and I feel, as the Australian E-Safety Commissioner says, I've aged in dog years. So I've enough lot more information. I'm a lot more conscious of what I don't know this time around. I'm a lawyer by background, and I have experience of working regulatory frameworks, both in-house as an in-house lawyer in the telco regulatory framework, and also in a previous communications regulator, Comreg, here in Ireland. So my role in Ireland's Media Commission, Commission Amán, the Gaelic for Media Commission, as Online Safety Commissioner, is to establish and enforce the regulatory framework for online safety.
Fantastic. Jill?
Thanks, Niamh. Thanks, Stephen. Thank you very much, FOSI, for having us, and also Google for hosting us. My name's Jill Whitehead. I lead online safety for Ofcom in the UK. So in the UK, we are nearing the final furlong, I will call it, of having the online safety bill enacted. It's just left the committee stage of the Lords, and we at Ofcom are very well advanced in our preparations for that. We've had a bit of time to prepare, and we've been funded in that preparation. So I have the pleasure of working with a very expert team of over 300 people, drawn from tech sector, such as myself. I previously worked at Google, to organisations such as Five Rights and NSPCC, and law enforcement colleagues as well. So we've got a team who are really ready to begin on day one of our powers begin, and we will be consulting. And with that, and one of the reasons I'm here today, is we're really keen to work very closely with industry on those consultations to make sure that we are absolutely approaching the implementation in a way that's going to be really effective, because the prize here for all of us, of course, is having a really helping people live safer lives online, especially children.
Great, thanks. Lorna.
Thanks, Stephen, and thanks to FOSI generally and Google for inviting me. As you can see, I'm Lorna Woods. I'm Professor of Internet Law at the University of Essex and a member of the Human Rights Centre there. I've been working with Carnegie UK Trust for what seems an awful long time on what started out as online harms and has turned into online safety. And I have to make a confession right at the start that it's some of my research that started the UK government on its journey, though obviously DCMS and the government have done their own thing with that. So the bill is not my work.
We're going to come back to that, so don't you worry. Niamh, so I had the pleasure of meeting you and a couple of members of your staff in March. And it felt very modest, but I understand that you have some plans, some expansive plans. Can you want to just describe those a little bit? And also, I think your work program has just been published, correct?
That's right, Stephen, correct. We published our work program last week, the 20th of June, and that work program sets out what we're going to be achieving for our first year in existence. We've decided to look at the first year to end in February 2024, which is when the Digital Services Act becomes directly applicable for all organisations in the EU. So our work program in the area of online safety for our first year in existence is we are going to be designating services for regulation in line with our Online Safety and Media Regulation Act. We'll be consulting on this, and we'll also then be doing a wide call for inputs as to what should be in our first online safety code. We'll then be consulting on a draft online safety code and adopting that binding online safety code by the end of the year. We're doing a wide call for inputs on what should be in our first online safety code because we're very conscious that we don't have all the answers. We're one piece of the jigsaw as the regulator. The platforms themselves will have a good insight into what's required in relation to online safety, and their platforms, as Markham said, we all share the responsibility. So whether it's parents and children, we will be very much having a child-centred approach in what we're doing, and we'll be consulting with children as well as to what should be contained in the first online safety code with parents and with NGOs and civil societies as well as government departments. So we really want to hear everyone's view as to what should be in our first online safety code, and then to adopt that online safety code at the end of the year. And the aim is it will be a binding online safety code, so non-compliance does attract civil and criminal sanctions. But the aim is not the stick with the sanctions. The aim is that we're all trying to make the internet, ensure that everyone's use of it, that it's a vibrant and safe place where people can participate safely online. In addition to the Online Safety and Media Regulation Act in Ireland, by virtue of our membership of the EU, a commission, the Media Commission, we will also be joined by a Digital Services Commissioner later in the summer. And that commissioner will have responsibility of overseeing the Digital Services Act implementation in Ireland, together with the European Commission in relation to the very large online platforms or the very large online search engines. And a lot of the VLOPSs and VLOSs also have their place of establishment in Ireland. So we're going to be working hand in glove with the European Commission in relation to the regulation of the Digital Services Act also. So they're both two key pieces of online safety that we'll be rolling out over the next year in Ireland. So our own online safety codes under our Online Safety and Media Regulation Act, and also the application of the Digital Services Act, it being an EU-wide measure as well. And our online safety code is another EU measure. It largely transposes the Audiovisual Media Services Directive. We will also be the regulator for the terrorist content online regulation. So we'll be rolling out procedures in relation to enforcement in relation to TCOR also. And we're going to play it by ear as to what happens in relation to the draft AI regulation or the draft CSAM regulation. They're also EU measures, but they're at draft stage at this point in time.
Great. Wow. You're going to be busy.
We'll be busy.
You're going to be hiring some staff too, right?
We're going to be hiring some staff. So to help us roll out our ambitious work plan, on our day of establishment on the 15th of March, the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland became Ireland's Media Commission on that day, Commission Naman. So 40 staff of the BAI became Commission Naman staff on that day. Since then, we've been setting up our corporate spine. So we had to set up a HR department, or a human resources and people a department, in order to help us ramp up recruitment. So we're now going to be hiring an additional 110 people. So we're up to about 50 at this point. So an additional 110 people to be able to fulfill our mandate in the startup phase. So this is our first year of operation.
Wow. Well, speaking of ramping up, Jill, you've obviously just recently come on board. There's many others coming on. With all of this expansion, what are your top priorities, would you say?
So I think, Neve's talked about the DSA, but I think and its regulatory cousin, if you like, but not identical twin, is the Online Safety Bill, soon to become the Online Safety Act in the UK. And that is a piece of systems and processes regulation, which is really designed to ensure that the governance is taken to understand risk, and where risk of harm, of either illegal content or harm to children, is prevalent in the web, and then taking appropriate actions, so a duty of care for regulated services to take appropriate actions to reduce that risk of harm. And that's a problem that needs solving, despite the really good efforts that have taken place under self-regulation over the many years that have come. We can see from our research, from Ofcom's research, that 3/4 of 13 to 17-year-olds in the UK have experienced online harm in the last month. So one of the important things that systems and processes regulation can do is raise the floor, so that we're applying really kind of common expectations and standards of what good looks like, and really working closely with platforms, large and small, to make sure that those standards are consistently applied so that we can reduce harm. So some of the things that I'm really energized and would love to see, and I'm a mother, my kids are 9 and 10, so I do care about this quite passionately, but children being really easily able to be befriended by adult strangers, which is a clear and well-evidenced path to grooming. We'd love to see real progress there. I think children, particularly vulnerable children, going down rabbit holes aided by algorithms, I think we'd love to see more progress to reduce the harms there. And equally, children stumbling across pornographic content easily on a sort of journey across the web. We'd love to see really strong progress there. So I think there are a number. When I was at Google, it always felt like a game of whack-a-mole, and I'm sure we will hopefully whack some moles together. It's not to say we can fix the internet overnight, or there will be one perfect, safe internet one day. I don't believe that. But I do think we can make some serious progress together on some of the really prevalent harms out there, particularly for children. So they will be my top priorities.
Wow, gosh. And just as a follow-up, I mean, Ofcom has not traditionally been involved in regulating the internet. How do you fit into the broader Ofcom mission, would you say?
So I think Ofcom is a converged communications regulator. So it has expertise that's relevant both from the networks and ISPs that underpin the web, all the way through to how spectrum's allocated, through which obviously smartphone access is key. So it's got a lot of relevant, and also a heritage through broadcasting regulation on really understanding freedom of expression, which is obviously critical to balance in terms of proportionality with safety. So I think actually the benefit of Ofcom to the subject matter is really helpful. But also, and I've been regulated by Ofcom for it's coming up to its 20-year birthday this year, a bit younger than the likes of Google, but I've been regulated by Ofcom for probably nearly that 20 years without aging myself. And they are a fantastic regulator to work with. They are evidence-based, they are pragmatic, they are proportionate, and they invest in the relationships with the firms that they regulate, because what they want to get at the end of the day is positive results. And in this case, that means keeping children safer online.
Brilliant. Okay. Lorna, you have a really interesting perspective on all of this. And just go back to the creation story, if you will, of the Online Harms Bill, which became the Online Safety Bill. Why did you even write what you wrote, and how is it different from what perspective you took?
Well, the work I did started actually back in around 2015, 2016, working with an MP on a private member's bill. And we were at that stage trying to get better tools for users. For those interested in policy history, I think it was called the Malicious Communications Social Media Bill. Obviously, private members' bill goes nowhere, but the seed of an idea was planted. And so when we saw the Green Paper, I was working with Will Perrin at Carnegie UK Trust on another project, and we started talking about it. And I think a couple of realizations that although the platforms may not have an editorial role, they are not neutral. They affect the environment. But also that in the offline world, we have lots of different environments to engage in, whereas online there seems to be quite an idea of all the content everywhere. And so you don't get differentiation of behaviour and recognition that what's acceptable for some people in some contexts is not acceptable for others in other contexts. And thinking about that, we thought Health and Safety at Work Act, dating back from 1974, which imposed a general duty on people running workspaces to keep those spaces safe. And that's the word, safe. Very broad, not defined to the 77th degree. But what it is looking at your environment and thinking, how could things go wrong? What do we see happening? Can we improve that? So it's about being reasonable and looking at what is foreseeable. So in a sense, what we were talking about is, I guess, product safety as well. But looking at products and thinking, what happens when this scales? What happens when the bad people get a hold of this? So we were proposing a shift from regulation of individual items of content, which is where we came from with the broadcasting environment, to saying, let's look at the layer below that. Let's look at the systems, and not just the software itself, but the business environment and the way the business is organized. So how the workflow goes through. How are you developing products? Are you sticking trust and safety in at the end, or is it right there in the beginning? I give an example and say, if you were in a health and safety environment, you'd be looking for the sticking up floorboards and the missing light bulbs. You wouldn't start with, how do I stop people breaking their legs? So in a way, it's starting with the product and looking at its consequences. It's not looking at content and working back. And I think if I'm looking for differences between what I proposed in the online safety bill, I think that's maybe a point of difference, that the online safety bill does identify different forms of content. So that is where I come from. It's not about looking for perfection. It's looking about what's reasonable, and it's recognizing that product safety is not a safety bullet, but it can make things more manageable, so that when you do start looking at individual items of content, then it's maybe more manageable and you're not in quite so much of a whack-a-mole position.
You know, you're saying that just makes me think, and in some parts of the States, we've gone beyond your idea of, going after content. We're actually going after specific apps to delete. And it's 180 to what you were describing a few years ago. So that's a little depressing looking at it, because I have to say, personally, I really appreciate your approach, this more risk-based approach, duty of care approach. your recent research? Is this along the same lines, or what are you looking at right now?
Well, at the moment, what we're looking at is, in a way, how do you move this beyond one jurisdiction? So what I have hypothesized is that you could come up with a model code of practice, a model risk assessment framework, if you like. And when I say model, I don't mean perfect. I mean pro forma, or a starting point. Because all content flows across the same frameworks. So you've got the same points at which you can ask questions about how things are working. So I was proposing that you could have a code that was structured on a four-stage information flow. So you've got content creation, which could include account creation. So do you allow anonymous accounts? Do you allow bots? What are the filters you're using? Do you allow Gen AI tools for content creation? Those sorts of questions. Next stage is content discovery. So that would be the recommender algorithm, of course, but also, have you got autoplays? What are the defaults on those? You've then got user response. So user tools to protect yourself, but also things like like buttons and upvotes, because those have an impact on user behavior. And then finally, the last stage is the service response in terms of moderation and those sorts of controls. So I was wondering, can you develop a code that you can deploy against different legal contexts and different problem contexts, but is based on that same framework? So your questions are the same, maybe your answers are different, depending on the context. So we did some work on hate speech, and we actually did have some of the services in the room, as well as civil society groups, and we took the same model and tried to deploy it also in the context of violence against women and girls. And we found the same questions were relevant, although some of the issues were different.
Yep.
Right. Fascinating. By the way, I forgot to mention, we will be coming to you all for questions, so get those ready. I'm going to just open this up now. And, with the Digital Services Act, there's going to be the creation of 30 new digital service regulators in Europe. I'm really looking at you, Niamh. What's the impact going to be across Europe, and for that matter, for you personally as a regulator here in Ireland and in Europe, of these new regulatory folks showing up? And are we going to have a united or somewhat united approach to online safety regulation?
I'm very excited by it. I think if we're the lone voice in Ireland or the UK or indeed any country across the world, it would indeed be a lone voice indeed. So I think the fact that together with the European Commission, we have all the European Digital Services coordinators in each individual EU member states working together, that will really move the conversation on, and we will see an impact in relation to online safety both across the EU, and it will have a wider impact as well. In addition to that work at a European level, Jill and I are part of the Global Online Safety Regulators Network. So they're together with Julie Mungrant, the Safety Commissioner in Australia, from whom we've learned a lot since we've started, and Fiji and some other member states come on board as well. That ensures that globally we're having these conversations and that we're aligning and we're focusing on what are our top priorities and how can we best address those, because we're very conscious that indeed many of the platforms are also in multi-jurisdictions, and if we propose an approach in one country and it has to be tailor-made or slightly tweaked in each individual country, it's harder for platforms to comply. And as Jill says, we all want to achieve the outcome, which is a reduction in harmful illegal content online or a safer internet, first of all particularly our children. And so the more we can be aligned in what we're asking for, the better. So we very much would have a safety by design approach in terms of how that can best be achieved, and a principle-based approach also, because the technology and indeed today's conference title, innovation, it will move faster than we can put our codes down on paper. So if we are too prescriptive, will get out of date very quickly. So I suppose for us, it's very important that we are giving the same message as global regulators in the space. And I think that the more of us that are having these conversations and talking about this, then the better it is for all of us.
Joe?
Well, and I might just go back to something Lorna said, because I think, having inspired the bill in the first place, and huge thank you, I think the good news is that so much of that has preserved. So I think it is systems and processes regulation that starts with good governance and a risk assessment. And this is, I said they were regulatory cousins earlier. This is a sort of common across both of them. So the responsibility for the firm is to conduct the risk assessment, identify the risks on their online services, and then to act in a proportionate way to reduce that risk. And what we're doing through the global network and also domestically with the other UK regulators, such as the Information Commissioner's Office, who are also key to this, is making sure that we're coordinating so that we don't, for example, deviate in unwarranted ways. There may be deviations because laws put you in different places or local norms, but we appreciate that for global firms who are trying to implement these regulations in many different jurisdictions, unwarranted deviations are impractical and unhelpful. So that's one of the reasons for us coordinating so heavily.
Do you have any views on this, Lorna?
I suppose going back to basics, one of the advantages I thought about a systems and processes approach is that to some extent it avoids the context specificity of content. You can agree, I think, more easily on how you set up a good risk management approach than you can by about deciding what the precise boundary of acceptable porn is or what really constitutes hate speech, which can be quite context specific. So I think in terms of the shift towards this approach, it does make it easier, though obviously I'm not in the room, but I suspect it makes it easier for regulators to find at least some common ground and that it's more workable at an international level as a result.
Actually, I'm going to stay with you, Lorna, because these two will probably be far too diplomatic to answer this question. But what on earth do you make of the United States from your perspective when it comes to these questions? We're sitting here with regulatory folks who have these responsibilities. There's no one that I can go to in Washington to say, hey, we have some issues to do with X, Y, and Z on the internet. What do you make of the American approach, shall we call it?
Well, it's very different, isn't it?
You're just as diplomatic as these two.
Well, it clearly is. I mean, I think the American position has been influenced, perhaps not consciously, but by the First Amendment.
Right.
Whereas I think more generally, even in the ICCPR, the UN Convention, and certainly in Europe, freedom of expression is an important right, but it is not an unlimited right, and it is not the most important thing. And so I think there is maybe more space for balancing in that framework and easier to perhaps articulate the balance than it is when you have, such a strong emphasis on free speech.
You're very kind. I agree. I mean, I think First Amendment is an issue. I think we now have a much broader issue, and that's simply the culture wars, the just extraordinary differences now politically between blue and red states and all of that stuff. So anyway, either of you want to make a diplomatic response to my question?
I think that we are having this conversation. You have brought over so many people from the States. And as I said, regulators are just one part of the conversation, one part of the jigsaw. So I think that it's listening to children, putting the rights of the child centre, listening to parents, listening to platforms, listening to many non-governmental organisations working in the sector. So the voice is still heard. Perhaps you're saying the regulator is missing so far. That may change in time, but that's not to say you're not part of the conversation because there's so many different parts to it.
Yeah.
I think what we hope to offer as well is if we can inspire a path or share learnings along the way in terms of how we are, our successes, then I hope there are many in implementing systems and processes regulation that absolutely can really be effective and highly effective in keeping children safer online. And I think sort of being transparent, not only offering transparency over how services are doing in that, which the powers absolutely require us to do, but also being transparent along the way in our own learnings in that, I hope we can offer a way forward.
Thank you. So for the record, at the beginning of the Obama administration, this is how far I'm going to date myself, we did propose a Chief Online Safety Officer for the United States to be based in the Chief Technology Officer's office, the CTO, to coordinate the many different branches of government, because we have to visit 6, 7, maybe 8 different departments to talk about different aspects, and we don't have any of that internal coordination. So anything you guys can do to help on that proposal would be great. I'm going to come to the audience in a moment. I don't know if we have microphones. We have microphones. We have microphones that they throw at you. I don't know if you've been to a Google. In one moment, not just yet. I've got one more question, then I'm coming to the. Why don't we talk about Gen AI? And let's make the distinction, as Mark made, between AI and Gen AI. We've had AI for years, decades, whatever. Gen AI is this kind of new thing. Mm-hmm. Some see it as big a moment as the Gutenberg press. Others see it as the end of the world as we know it. And still others go, let's just, come on, this is way too overhyped. It's an interesting new tool. How are you two, from a regulatory position, what's your perspective on dealing with Gen AI? I'll start with you, Neve.
Sure. So we'll be waiting formally to have regulatory powers once the draft AI regulation at EU level is passed. But I think in the interim, it's probably no different than many other new products or services that are rolled out. In addition to doing a privacy impact assessment, you could do a safety impact assessment or a security impact assessment to consider the implications of the product and how to mitigate against those particular harms that could occur.
Okay. How are you guys? Are you having sort of war room discussions about this, or is it just part of the broader perspective?
Personally, I've spent a lot of time on it, and I play around with Bard, I play around with ChatGPT, because I think it's really important to have a sort of first-hand user experience of what these technologies can do, and they're very exciting, and there are huge immediate applications in creativity across all sorts of media businesses and more broadly. So, I'm excited by what they can do. But they also have the potential, as many technologies do, to bring harm with them, and particularly for children as well. So now, whether it's at the sort of the hype or the sort of end of the world scale, I think certainly we're treating it as a paradigm shift, and therefore, and it's also happened at a time where, for the online safety bill, we've always wanted that to be technology neutral and future-proofed. And of course, this is a pretty big test of whether it is technology neutral and future-proofed. And the good news is that there's a lot of use cases which have been exploded in their take-up recently that we think are firmly in the scope of the bill. So, for example, if a user is creating a piece of content through DALL-E and then they put it up on Instagram and they post it onto Instagram, then that becomes in scope of the bill, and Instagram will need to do a risk assessment on that and look to reduce any risk if they deem there to be so. Likewise, if ChatGPT is plugged into Bing, search services are in scope of the bill. So again, you'd need to look at the risk that search service and all its component parts are posing to users, particularly children. And then the final third part of the bill that is pornographic services, and there's obviously a lot of potential for how generative AI can generate all sorts of pornography, and that's one of the things that's being debated has been debated through the amendments to the bill. So the final position on that isn't yet clear. But so I think I think what we were saying is we will be from the day our sort of powers commence in this autumn, we will be regulating Gen AI, and therefore back to the point about learnings, I think that will offer us huge learnings in terms of really understanding the risk that these services pose and working with the platforms in a very context-specific way as to how they might reduce the risks. And I think just from a commercial perspective, and because I come from a commercial background, the race conditions involved in Gen AI are sort of unprecedented. So the speed at which these services are being rolled out throughout products, potentially without guardrails or with less guardrails than you would apply if you'd have had more time, I think is one for all regulators to be keeping a really close watch on, because those race conditions are really notable in the space of Gen AI.
Okay. Lorna, do you have any views on this?
I agree with Jill that in principle AI in general and Gen AI in specific could be within the scope of the online safety bill. I think in terms of some of the specific duties that are on regulated services, I don't know how much tweaking will have to go on to make them appropriate to a new environment, but I think in principle they could be covered. I think in principle where personal data is involved in Gen AI, then the Data Protection Act 2018 and the GDPR apply, laws in general apply. So the Health and Safety at Work Act, tools in the workplace could cover Gen AI tools, and I think there is a danger generally when we talk about the new tech gizmo to think it comes into a vacuum, and because the law doesn't mention that particular technology on the face of it, the law doesn't apply, and that's just not true. I think there are going to be some edge case questions about possibly when is an AI a user in its own right, and when is it a tool controlled by another user maybe? Are there going to be questions around immunity, intermediary immunity? Maybe. There are some edge cases, but in principle, it's covered.
Good to hear. I think I saw a hand over here. Yes. Can we throw it? Yeah, let's just do that. Demonstrate. No, you go ahead. Isn't that the coolest
40
thing?
at school.
Yeah.
I'm Julie from Yoti. It was just picking up on Jill's point with regards to transparency. One of the big problems for the public is how to trust. And I just wondered what would good be if you were looking at transparency from providers, from platforms, if you could paint what you would really like to see in terms of transparency that we as an industry can do to be supportive, be we providers, be we platforms. What would be that direction of travel at the sort of companies creating safety tech, the companies using safety tech? What would you think would be the most constructive that we can all try to work towards?
That is such a great question. Thank you very much. And if I will kick off. So I think firstly, and while I won't have a sort of end answer today, it is that exact debate is the debate that we are having internally at the Ofcom at the moment, which is with these transparency powers, what does good look like? How should that show up to the public? And I think so let's start with what can transparency do. I think transparency can really shine a light on both best practice and practice that is falling short of the expectations that we are going to set as minimum expectations. So I think it's really important there. And I think whilst and ultimately transparency can build trust, and it can hopefully build trust in us as a regulator that we're doing a really good job. It can build trust in the firms that are investing, really investing in making sure that they are providing a safe environment for their users, and in particular children. And it can build trust in sort of online and online experiences as a whole. So I think it's a really important lever where I think we will be consulting on how to use our transparency powers. So we will get into sort of design phase at that point, and we will be engaging widely with industry in terms of what looks right, what looks wrong, what's actually useful, and engaging with children and families at that point as well, because this is a sort of wider than an industry piece. To your point, this is about, offering sort of better, more informed choices to the public.
Did you want to tackle it as well, or not? We can.
I was going to tag on to maybe an aspect of transparency, not just that there be transparency reports available on a website that nobody checks out, but that we could really kind of work on digital literacy and media literacy and civility in general, and just raising that awareness and education. And I think we as regulators have a role there, and industry also, together with the NGOs, and how we can heighten awareness of how to navigate safer online and what tools are out there to assist in relation to that.
Quickly.
Just to add, I think transparency might mean different things in different contexts. So there'll be one, set of transparency expectations when you're talking about the company speaking to the regulator, maybe a different set of transparency expectations when the regulator produces reports for Parliament, but maybe different transparency expectations for what's useful to users and even different groups of users. So I think we need to break down transparency as providing information for technical purposes and transparency as, a trust mark.
We have a hand over here. Julie, how's your arm? Fantastic.
Itai from ActiveFence. Question following up on the Gen AI question, specifically around disinformation. And in the DSA, that is covered for the very large online platforms, but not for all the rest. I'd be happy to hear, Niamh, from your perspective, how do you see that for the rest of companies? And Jill, from your perspective, how is that going to be tackled within the online safety bill?
So in relation to disinformation, it's not covered by our Domestic Online Safety and Media Regulation Act. It's not one of the types of harms that are called out within it. The types of harms that are called out within it, there's 42 offence-based harms. Then there's things like cyberbullying, promoting eating, feeding disorders, self-harm and suicide. Separately under the DSA, disinformation is discussed at the DSA level, and the proposal is that the current code of practice in relation to disinformation could be put in a co-regulatory footing or more effective footing than it is currently, where some members are even leaving the current voluntary code of practice in relation to disinformation. Here in Ireland, we also have a national counter-disinformation strategy working group, and we're going to be doing a consultation on that later this summer as to how to tackle disinformation. So yes, it's part of having a code of practice, but then it also comes back to this media literacy, digital awareness. How do we counter disinformation through education as well, and to empowering users to be able to assess for themselves what's reliable or not in terms of source of news.
Great. Sorry, did you want to?
No.
Great. I think we have another question. Itai, can you throw that?
Much more frightening than asking a question is having to catch in front of all these people.
With everyone looking at you.
Ian Corby from the Age Verification Providers Association. I think there were 144 pieces of state legislation last year requiring some sort of age verification in the US. You've got to really feel sorry for big platforms drowning in all this legislation around the world. Have you looked at whether international standards could be a lifebuoy for these people as a way of, whatever your legislation, when regulators actually cross the T's and dot the I's, start pointing to some international standards? We kicked off some in the EU consent project, which is interoperable age assurance in that area with the IEEE and ISO. But I think it would be applicable on all aspects of safety tech to try to get some commonality around the world. Have you looked at that? Thanks.
So for that very reason, we've kicked off and partake in an international working group on age assurance and age verification. So I think your point is very well made. One of the things we will look for is when firms are determining that they need to there are risks to children, and therefore they need to be able to determine the age of the child. It's looking at that in the context, but also making sure that's proportionate in the context, but making sure it's highly effective as well. And therefore, I think the role of international standards. Look, we all know about international standards. The challenge is they don't happen overnight. They take a long time to come through. But absolutely, we're putting our effort into the international community for that exact reason.
Neve, do you want to tackle it?
No, I was just going to echo what Jill said. We're also aligned, and we've been discussing age verification, age assurance, and I suppose it depends on the type of age and appropriate content and what we don't want children to access. And there are different, I think as you mentioned earlier in your conversation, there are different scales in relation to where is there a need for hard age verification, where is there a need for more effective forms of age assurance than perhaps are currently in place. So in relation to the more serious and more age-inappropriate or harmful content, in particular for children in relation to, say, pornography or extreme violence, then that's where we would see a need for more hard forms of age verification. The difficulty with mandating a particular form of technology or a standard is that these things evolve and change over time. A lot of good work is done in the age of age estimation, age inference through AI or otherwise, which is different to, I suppose, hard age verification, where you're uploading actual documentary evidence. So I think standards would be really useful because we'd all be then speaking the same language as well. But I do think because the technology is evolving so quickly here, we have to leave space for innovation as well.
Okay, we're quickly running out of time. I'm going to ask you all pretty much the same last question is, what are you most hopeful for between now and the end of the year? And I guess, Lorna, I want to start with you, and you can answer it in whichever way you like, but if you would like to answer, what are you most hopeful for this online safety bill between now and the end of the year? But if you don't want to answer that, just whatever else. Maybe it's your garden you're hopeful for.
Yeah, the garden will be good. I would quite like it actually to happen.
It will.
I know, but I've thought that before. Possibly annually every year since about 2019. So yes, I want to see us move past, if you like, the legislative process and to a certain extent the political slogans that you always get in the legislative programme, and to see Jill hit the send button on the, 42 documents that you have to produce, so we can actually move to the practicalities.
Great answer. Jill, what are you hopeful for?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hugely excited about this year and what can be achieved this year. So I think in the UK, we will have an act which will be a major step forward in keeping children safer online. And on the day our powers commence, we are readying ourselves to produce the first set of consultation documents, which will be around risk assessment and illegal harms. And we would love all of you to engage in those consultations. They are genuine consultations. We really want your feedback. We've put in an enormous amount of man hours, and the team are nearing exhaustion levels. But the amount of expertise and time and preparation that has gone into these, I think, really warrant a really healthy conversation on what have we got right, what have we missed, what are the opportunities, so that we can make this regime really effective to the benefit of children.
Brilliant, thank you. Neve, hopeful.
I'm really hopeful that this time next year we will actually see like a tangible impact and a reduction in illegal or harmful content online, so that our regulatory efforts, whether it's the Digital Services Act at European level, the Online Safety Bill in the UK having coming into effect, and Ofcom then like having their effective regulatory regime in place, or we in Ireland having our online safety code in place, that it will all have brought about an actual change, so a tangible benefit, so that there is a reduction of illegal content online, there is a reduction of harmful content online, that algorithms are not amplifying harmful content online, and that children, indeed all of us, do feel safer online, and that we can point to those tangible benefits, that children aren't being contacted by strangers because there are now defaults in place or otherwise that prevent them from being contacted by strangers, and that it really has made a difference.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all for that. I remain hopeful that one day we will get a Chief Online Safety Officer for the United States, and that person will keynote the FOSI annual conference and will join the Global Online Safety Regulators Network to work with you guys on getting some kind of global, at least approaches, not necessarily the same ideas, but approaches. So anyway, with that, please join me in thanking this wonderful panel.
Here we go.
From Oxford. I left my.
Why?
I thought I left in the taxi, and then I looked at my watch. I'm like, oh, I see.
It's not a bad thing sometimes, is it?
I brought my Switch. It's fine.
Yeah.
No existential gulf for me.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. My name is Charlotte Ainsley, and I am delighted to be the moderator for this next panel. I have been working with FOSI for about a year, so I am their European policy consultant. I didn't manage to make it to London last year because of the train strikes, ironically. And every week I have a call with the FOSI team in the US, and they're always asking me, who's the Prime Minister this week, Charlotte? Okay, can you hear me? Yeah? So, yeah, I'm delighted to work for FOSI. It's been fantastic over the last year. I did make it to Washington, though, so that had to be a good thing. So thank you to Google for hosting us today. I am going to hand over to my panel to introduce themselves, and we're going to talk about well-being, so talking about both the positive aspects of children's well-being online and also some of the negative aspects as well. So Tammy, I'm going to hand over to you first to introduce yourself. I know you introduced yourself this morning, but please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Charlotte, and thank you for doing such a great job. Can you hear me?
No.
All right. Okay.
Maybe it's just I can hear that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Nobody has ever said that they couldn't hear me, ever. Ask my husband. So I'm Tammy Vomick. I'm the Vice President of Civility at Roblox. And in all transparency, my background is marketing. I was VP of Global Marketing in the very beginning days at Roblox. But about 5 years ago, I started the Civility Initiative at Roblox. And it was born out of conversations with parents. Given that Roblox has such a wide array of ages on our platform, when we first started out, it was primarily children and teens. Actually, our fastest growing segment today is 18 to 24. So we are aging up our platform as we introduce new areas of opportunity, such as entertainment, fashion design, concerts, et cetera, that are drawing an older audience. That said, with my conversation with parents, it was more about how much they didn't understand, how much they didn't know, how they felt that their children were so much more advanced than they were. And I realized that there was an opportunity and a responsibility that we had to help close the generation gap in terms of knowledge. So I now head full-time. I've left marketing behind, never to go back, and I'm focused in the area of civility at Roblox, which means that we focus on developing global partnerships with NGOs, thought leaders, academics, researchers, clinical psychologists on children and teens to be able to advocate internally and to educate our product people and our engineers about how to create safer places for people of all ages to connect with one another. The other thing is creating materials for education materials via podcasts, materials to educate parents to hopefully close that gap.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Mindy Brooks, and I lead Google's Kids and Family Product and Engineering teams here at Google. My background is actually in child development and child development research. So I came into the industry through Sesame Street, Netflix, to name a few. And here at Google, really working on how do we build great products for kids that includes foundational child safety practices and protections, and really thinking about the whole child from 0 to 18, and how do we really think about making sure that we're building right protections for children. So thrilled to be with you all today, and thank you to my fellow panelists.
Hi everybody, my name's Anya Lynch and I'm the CEO of the National Parents Council here in Ireland. We have kind of a double remit. One, we have a remit for supporting parents, and then our second remit is around advocacy and representation of parents. So I suppose on both of those remits, we support parents around their children's safety online. We have a helpline where parents can call if they have concerns. And we also have training supports for parents where we would go into schools around the country and do training events for parents around keeping their children safe online, to be very focused on the parenting aspects rather than the technology aspect. But also then we would have our role in terms of advocating for parents and being the voice of parents in terms of changing policy and legislation. We're firmly rooted in the education sector, but we're also part of the Safer Internet Centre in Ireland, which is a group of organisations, the ISPCC, ourselves, Hotline, and Webwise, and the Department of Justice, and collectively we try and provide services and supports for the Irish population around keeping safe online. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andy Shabilsky. I'm the University of Oxford's professor of human behavior and technology. I'm an experimental psychologist by training. And I think a lot about what the word research means and how we operationalize words like risk and harm, and what would be convincing evidence that would lead to one product being safe and another being unsafe, or what are the windows of developmental risk and resilience, and what does a healthy trajectory look like in families and in childhood with technology. And it can be quite frustrating sometimes because not everyone uses the same words to refer to common things. But I'm delighted to be here nonetheless.
Oh, it's working. Is it working? Can you hear me? Yeah. Great, thank you. Thank you for that. And I hope that you recognise that we've got kind of a varied perspective in terms of both children and parents and obviously industry as well. So I wanted to start off by asking the panel about what digital well-being means to them in their context and how it kind of manifests itself in terms of the work that you do. So Tammy, I don't know if you wanted to talk a little bit about that first.
Sure. So digital well-being at Roblox, what that means is connection. So the company has always been founded from day one. We've been around since 2004, so quite some time. And it was all about our founder's vision was about being able to create a platform where it could bring people together to learn about each other's viewpoints in a safe and respectful way, to be able to share their creativity and inspire others. So that was essentially the vision. And we've continued on that trajectory for the entire time. And it's what is sort of our North Star and where we take all of our inspiration in terms of development of our features, our technology, and the involvement of that. And so, but safety and civility are the number one priority, because the belief is you can't be creative, you can't connect with others, you can't be safe to express your opinion if you don't feel safe. Yeah. And so we are constantly trying to innovate, and innovate is the key word, to try to figure out how to do that in a very, very balanced way, with safety and civility being the forefront. So one of the things that we, ensure is that we have all of the moderation, we have all of the customer service, we have all of the AI machine learning filters that layer upon layer. We have thousands of moderators like Google, like all of these are counterparts. But I believe that where our success lies is it's not just product innovation, which is important. It is education for our users. It's education and access for parents so that it's not so scary. Trying to encourage them to get into the platform, be with their kids as they're moving through Roblox so that they can understand if they see something that's not right for their family, they can use the parental controls, et cetera, to be able to modify the access and talk their children through any sort of situation that might occur that helps their growth. We also believe that access is critical. We often liken it to, driving a car. You don't just throw your kid in a car and give them the keys and say, go at it, right? The internet has to be looked at similarly, where you need to be able to give them the tools in order to thrive. And it's building a muscle. When you are crossing the street, when I was little, my parents would take me to the corner and teach me how to look both ways. And in the UK, I take my life in my hands because I look at the wrong way. But, I've built that spidey sense, that muscle. So now as an adult, I walk up to the street corner, I don't even think about it, and I automatically go like this. For the internet, for our kids, we need to be able to build that same muscle. And so we need to provide access. So blocking, banning, sticking your head in the hole does not set this next generation up for success. Using Roblox for well-being has been and what we saw during COVID, literally a lifesaver. Literally a lifesaver. It was the only way where young people could connect with one another, connect with their friends, get rid of the sense of loneliness that I think we all felt during that time. So there are some incredible things that can happen with platforms like Roblox that brings people together.
Yeah, absolutely. What about from a Google perspective, Mindy?
Yeah, we think about the well-being and digital well-being in terms of the balance of the online world and the real world experiences, and especially how that intersects within a family and how it intersects in the lives of a child. And we think about those similarly in a way of like protect and respect and empower. And so really making sure we have those safeguards in place from a protection, the foundational layer, and then building the tools that are flexible for each family unit to use, the parental controls, the supervision, the digital well-being features we have on YouTube or on Android, for example, making sure that we have the tools that can meet kids and families where they are at based on their cultural needs, based on their family unit needs, and then really then lighting up what are great experiences that can then empower them to use the best of technology. But that does not happen without making sure we have the right safeguards and the right tools in place to be able to enable that behavior.
Yeah. And Anya, how does this play out for parents? Do you think parents are feeling quite confident about their engagement with their children online, or are they worried about their well-being, or are they less worried? Can they see the positives and the negatives, do you think?
I think, parents are not a homogenous group, so I think you'll get every variation of what you've just said there. I think when we talk about digital well-being with parents and children, we talk about feeling good and functioning well. Yeah. So if you're feeling good and functioning well when you're online, then that's digital well-being. But your time of feeling good and functioning well online must also then transcend to when you're offline.
Yeah.
So, that's sometimes where the problem exists. Children can feel good and function really well when they're online, but coming off it can sometimes then be a difficulty. So the feeling good and functioning well has to happen in both places in their lives.
Yeah. Yeah, and where would you put parents generally? Are they more worried or less worried than they used to be? Where would you put them?
I think it's changed a lot. I think 20 years ago parents were concerned because they weren't the digital natives, and children, they felt their children knew more than them, etc., etc. But I think that's changed. I think a lot of parents now of young children grew up with the internet themselves, so that's changed. But I think what young people do online and what their parents do online can be very different, how they navigate it. I think children as risk takers often don't look at how to do something safe, they just look at what they want to do and how to get there. And actually now parents' experience of being online themselves, they're more aware of the dangers that might be there because they're coming across them themselves. And then they're concerned as to, well, how can my child deal with this? So I think there's lots of layers there in terms of how things have moved on. So I think, yes, parents feel more confident and competent about the online world, but in some instances, that mixed with that kind of risk-taking developmental stage for children and young people gives them greater concerns. And can I say that's in the real world too? Do you know that there's similarity between, so we know that as children get into their teenage years, parents get more and more concerned about their safety because they're aware of the risks and they're concerned about their children's decision making around those risks. So I think that's a positive, because I think if parents can understand that, they can understand that they have the parenting tools in their, I suppose, in their remit already that they can apply to their children online.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And Andy, what about your work? I mean, your work is focused on this area.
Yeah, so I think digital well-being, it needs to be unpacked a few different ways in order to make sense of it, because it is quite a systematic or systemic thing. I think the most important place to start is to understand that there is a difference between what we might call, well-being, kind of a positive space, generally a non-pathologized space, the space of the worried well, where kind of scary things happen and you build the type of muscles that Tammy is talking about, kind of in a building resilience and building strength kind of way. This is kind of 0 to 100 as you develop normally. And then when we talk about digital well-being, sometimes we talk about mental health. We talk about something quite a bit more serious. We talk about something that is kind of that 0 to negative 100. We're talking about people, young people in particular, who are in a really rough spot, who really do need critical support to function and to develop in ways that we as parents or we as citizens would really like to see and need to see them being supported. And so you can think of both forms of digital well-being, both the worried well, but also young people in crisis as one side of the equation. And then on the other side, you have two really, really important factors. The first is the structure of the environment or environments that young people are inhabiting, the kinds of incentives, the kinds of ways they may be pushed around or drawn to an online context or a real world context, and understand how that interacts with individual factors and family factors for that young person, the kinds of resources and opportunities that they have kind of available to them, both internal and external. And in order to, so that means that in order to understand something like digital well-being, you need to be really specific. Are you talking about young people in a good place where they might be getting better, where you're giving them a tool to level up? Or are you talking about something that happens perhaps in digital well-being that's a really critical issue? That's something about children in crisis, children potentially being taken very serious advantage of. And in order to get at that, you have to look at, not all 8-year-olds are the same, that's true. But also you have to look at very specifically, what are those individual factors? What are those social factors? And how do they interact with how different platforms either support or thwart that? And how do those things change over time? So it's indeed true that, we are, autobiographically, I'd like to label myself a parent and a digital native. But the landscape really changes all the time now. Platforms and games and online environments, they change faster sometimes than parents can be prepared for. And so being realistic about how you break down digital well-being and what you're talking about in terms of individual contextual factors and what type of well-being you're talking about is critically important.
And through your work, Andy, have you managed to identify some specific factors that affect children's digital well-being?
Well, I'm not going to labor the point that parents are critically important and family systems are critically important. There are some periods potentially of developmental vulnerability, kind of early adolescence for both boys and girls, young men and young women, where online platforms might have an outsized positive or negative impact on mental health, talking about kind of the darker side of things. And also, again, there's a bit of a bump in late adolescence when young people are leaving the home and kind of transitioning into early adulthood. But it's just critically important to understand that this type of research is really hard to do because online platforms themselves are woefully non-transparent. And there's lots of data, there's lots of experiences that young people have and families have, and that's kind of locked behind closed doors. And so it's really hard to study as a psychologist or somebody who is experienced with large-scale social data. So I wish I could give you a better answer about that, but unfortunately, the data aren't available.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of the positive and the negative impacts of being online for children's well-being, how would we couch that? Are we seeing more positive or are we seeing more negative, or is that changing, would you say?
I could dive in with just our experience at Roblox. And so it is, it's not one size fits all. And so what we do see is, I think we don't think of ourselves as a social media platform in any respect. So we're a little bit different than some of the other platforms that are out there. We're 100% user-generated content, so our young creators and developers are creating the experiences. And so recently, though, a lot of brands have found these developers to create experiences. So, we take a stance where we are actually sitting back and watching this amazing ecosystem develop in front of us. So one of the examples that I like to point to is meditation and with well-being. And there is an exercise company called Allo Yoga. Maybe some of you have heard of it. But Allo Yoga created this experience about the importance of meditation. They created this amazing, beautiful place, and what we found were millions and millions of young people going in and meditating for the first time. And the feedback and the comments was incredible. There were a lot of kids who said, one kid in particular that stands out for me said that my parents are in the middle of getting a divorce, and they're constantly arguing. And I'm so stressed out, but I found this experience. I've never meditated before, and I've learned that it calms me. And when I hear them screaming at one another, I go into the experience, and I feel a sense of calm. And so when we talk about the immersive experiences and technology that can help well-being, this one of the examples of many that I can point to, that I think that there is hopefully an optimistic future where experiences can be built that can help train, can help educate, and help provide those empowerment tools to lend the hand to teens to be able to help themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What about from a Google perspective, Mindy?
I think what we hear in our research, and I'm always curious to know what Andy says since he's really the one that does some great research here, is it's really such a push-pull. There is some major benefits to technology that then have downsides to technology. And we have to have a nuanced conversation around digital well-being and making sure we put in the right safeguards as well as empower the best experiences, which are kids have access to technology. They can get information at their fingertips. They can learn about things that they were never able to learn about. And that's a benefit, and we hear that very consistently. But it's also making sure that we have protections in place because it is that push-pull, nuanced conversation around digital well-being.
Yeah, and there are lots of opportunities for young people to explore their sexuality, for example, in the online context. Yeah. What's our view around the role of kind of legislators in kind of mandating, I know the Surgeon General in the US has put out a writ about the amount of time that children should be online, and that we are doing a social experiment with our kids. Andy, do you have a view around that, about whether that is the role of government and regulators to kind of get in on that discussion?
Yeah. Well, I strongly support the idea of there being the equivalent of an e-safety commissioner, like Stephen was talking about, for the sake of coherence. And our team at the OII contributed to that report directly, the Surgeon General Vivek's report. I don't know, I think something really curious is happening right now, which is almost a race to solutions to the problem of digital well-being before the basic phenomena is understood or it's defined. I'm very happy that in the UK it changed from online harms to online safety, mostly because I prefer positive framings. But I'm deeply concerned with what's happening in the United States right now, partially because it's a partisan exercise, in my view, to address kind of making the online world a more vibrant and safe and wonderful place to be. But because the solutions, they're not connected to diagnosing the problem successfully. There's no reason to think that nearly anything that's being proposed will work. It's akin to us wanting to come up with cures for a disease when we don't understand its cause. And so I'm quite concerned that there'll be a cynical exercise where people will sell tools, they'll sell ideas, they'll sell brands, solutions that couldn't possibly work, and might give parents who are already kind of extremely time poor, but very morally and rightfully invested in their children, lead them down false alleys, waste teachers' time, and the goodwill that policymakers have, rushing towards solutions that don't have basic understandings of the problem.
What about parents, and from your perspective, do you think they would welcome this kind of interruption from government and regulators in this space? Or?
I think a lot of parents would. I don't think that necessarily means it's right. If you look at the world offline, governments wouldn't dare to reach into parenting at the level that they're proposing to do at times online. Yeah. And I think we have to keep that in mind, because I think often parents at the moment are saying, yes, they want all of this regulation and intervention, and there is most definitely a place for regulation and legislation and intervention. However, the thing that's going to keep a child most safe is their relationship with their parent.
Yeah.
And the more we move away from that conversation, I think the more children are going to be at risk. And we know that the parent-child relationship is the most protective factor for a child, whether it's online, whether it's drugs, whether it's alcohol, whatever it is. So if we follow this pathway to the way to keep children safe is by governments coming in and taking over that parenting role, I think we actually will make children more vulnerable and parents more disempowered in their role within the parenting of their child, and developing that really, really key relationship, whereas when things go wrong in children's lives, their parents are their first resource for them in terms of supporting them. So I think we need to be very careful about the balance. There's absolutely place for regulation and legislation, just like there is generally in life. But we need to make sure that doesn't take over the role of parents, families, and the wider society.
Do you think parents feel confident parenting their children online, or do you think we scare them with some of the language, the technical language? Because this is a parenting job, right? It's not a technical job.
I think the question is, do parents feel confident generally in parenting? And quite often they don't, you know, so it's how we support parents. But I think you're right, and I think we need to use better language. I mean, in the sector often say things like age appropriate. I mean, that means nothing to a parent. And so having a better language, making sure that tech have a really important part to play in supporting parents. But they have to do that with trusted friends of parents, like the voluntary organization. When we say we listen to parents' voice and children's voice, we have to go beyond that. We have to include them in the solutions as well. So it's not just about hearing their fears and taking that on board and trying to find solutions for them. It's around working in partnership with parents, parent organizations, critically children and young people. But it has to go beyond just listening to their voice.
Yeah, absolutely. And what about children's rights in this conversation? In Washington, we had a panel around children's rights. That you were on that, Mindy. What about children's rights in the context of their own digital well-being? Do we place enough emphasis on that, or are we not placing enough? I know it's particularly challenging in the US, this whole conversation. Do we think we place enough emphasis on that?
I think when we talk about children's rights and risk, it's always a tension of how we manage that, because as adults we're desperate to protect. I think the thing that we can do that will least protect children is take away choice and information and take over in those very risk situations. We need to give children, and I think Tammy talked about this, we need to give children those tools early on and experiences in a safe environment early on to build those skills themselves, and we can't do that by making sure that all we're concentrating on is protection. So I think children's rights gives us a real pathway to how we interact with children and young people around their online and offline worlds, and make sure that we don't use the excuse of protecting to prevent children from engaging in their lives as fully and as safely as possible.
Yeah, in your area, Tammy, that's a central tenet of Roblox, children's rights.
It is. So I agree with Anya that honestly, we have so many parents now that are millennials and feel much more comfortable in the digital world. That said, I'm a mother of 2 daughters, and I don't know what to say if they're cyberbullied or it does. Just because I'm a parent doesn't make me an expert in how to help my kids through a challenging situation that they've faced online. And I think a lot of parents face that same frustration. The instinct is to protect and to help and make them feel better. But sometimes you don't have those skills. Even if you're I work for a tech company, for goodness sake, and given what I do, you would think that I would be more knowledgeable in it. But I think that, with child's rights, one of the things that we talk about is taking our cues and learning from our kids and actually listening to them and making them a part of the conversation. We need to incorporate youth voice. For a technology platform, for any technology platform, I think one of the things that's so critically important is integrating youth voice into the development of product and product features from the beginning all the way out through the process. And I know, and we've been guilty of this ourselves, right? Where we say, yes, we incorporate youth voice. But typically what that means for a lot of platforms is we bring youth in, we give them, here, what do you think about these features? And they go, oh, thank you very much. And then we usher them out and then we proceed, right? And I think the difference is we need to incorporate them throughout the process to continue to evolve and continue to get feedback. We helped to convene a group of thought leaders and industry experts over the last 6 months working on a hypothesis. We created these civility innovation workshops. And it was on the hypothesis of in 5 to 10 years, the online world can be safer and more civil than in real life. If we were to make this a reality, what would need to happen in technology innovation, policy, and education and awareness. And in order to achieve this, it needs to happen in all three areas. So over the course of time, the last 5 months, we've convened over 150 thought leaders from around the world to workshop these ideas. And the biggest thing that came out of these workshops, youth voice, incorporating youth into the development of innovative features.
And I know we were talking about this, Mindy, so you work with young people quite extensively as well, don't you?
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's a core tenet to everything that we're doing is making sure that we have kids, teens, and parents in the conversation as we're developing products. One way that we have pushed on this is providing a free material called Be Internet Legends, where we've worked with kids to design these digital literacy type of guides for schools, for educators, for parents, and we're continuing to evolve that over time. So that's one way we want to give, as I call it, the training wheels for young kids to be able to start having these conversations, as well as for parents and teachers to know how to answer these type of questions that we all start Googling as soon as we get that. Another area is how do we really partner with nonprofits and other folks that are doing incredible work here, they're parenting organizations, and make sure that as a platform, we are a megaphone for that we are helping users find those resources in a way that can benefit them. And so within our parental control offering, Family Link, we have an entire tab where we are spotlighting content from FOSI and a number of other third parties, such that we know parents go there and they're asking these types of questions. How do I deal with my child being cyberbullied? How do I how much screen time is okay for my 5-year-old? And we aren't the experts there, but we want to make sure we're bringing in the expert voice in a way that's meaningful and timely. And I think that's one important part from like a product perspective is how do we provide the information at the right time and the right place within products? Because we know that education matters the most. It's in the moment that you're learning, that contextual moment. And for children, particularly, I would say for myself as well, that moment matters. And so how do we provide those tips, those guides throughout our product experiences to make sure they're meeting kids and families where they're at?
Yeah, and there's a whole media literacy education program built into. What's our view around companies providing this kind of education support to both parents and children? Is it right? Should it be done in that way? Is it right at that moment in time, or should we be doing it quite differently? What do you think,
Well,
Andy?
I'm going to just speak to the rights question a bit
so
more.
yeah,
I apologize. It's really a frustrating thing as a parent, because if you have children don't have a right to be traumatized. You know, there's no right to have your mental health taken down a few pegs by seeing self-harm content or pro-Ana content or extremist things online. And so the rights question about, yes, of course, the voice of children is tremendously important. We should hear much more about that. And yes, the starting place for our conversations should be a positive case, the rights of a child. But it's a really hard thing to balance that against risks and harms, especially as a parent. You know, I can when I'm buying a trampoline, I know how many children in the United Kingdom go to the emergency room or the A&E every single day with trampoline-related injuries. The answer is 54. I know why there's a duty of care about paint ingredients, because a certain amount of lead exposure is going to shave off a couple dozen IQ points in my child. But I can't make a trade-off between my young person's or if I'm a teacher, my students' kind of risk of encountering something that might be kind of vaguely harmful or just a bit risky or something. I can't actually balance that potential downside against them learning about themselves, learning about their identity, learning about their sexuality, learning about their world. And so it's a very frustrating thing. Yes, we can all agree there's 5 rights. Kids deserve rights. They should speak, blah, blah, blah. Listen to them. But unless we understand the other side of that coin, how much risk as a society or as societies we're really willing to incur, are we going to let the internet be as dangerous as alcohol, which is extremely dangerous and harmful and risky, or is a trampoline or riding a bicycle the right level of danger / risk? And we need to be able to articulate that in advance whenever we talk about what precious time we're going to use whether or not education should come from industry or the civil sector or from teachers, because we have to articulate that first, because if not, we'll never find the right balance.
So is it even possible, Andy, to research that and answer that question? So when are you going to do that?
I plan to retire before then.
That's good, though, that it is possible.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, mental health research has gone on for some period of time. I assure you public health is a field that exists. And there are 400 things that are great predictors of well-being and mental health. And if we built those into our platforms and we built that into our parental education, the world would be a better place.
Yeah.
That has to be a priority.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So in terms of delivery of education then, what do parents want education from platforms, do you think, or support from platforms, or do they want it through a different vehicle delivery?
I think, like everything in life, partnership is key. I think parents don't traditionally trust a platform to give them parenting advice, whereas they might want tech advice from a platform. They wouldn't see platforms as experts in parenting, and not their business as such. But I think industry has a lot to offer that area, but I think partnership is key, and how that partnership works is key as well. It's not just about industry giving a lot of money to parenting groups saying go out and do it and that's our responsibility done, and it's not about industry developing product and saying to groups, can you make sure parents hear about this? So I think it has to be a proper partnership, working through how that information is given, but I don't think either side have the right answer on their own. I think it has to be together.
And do parents tend to talk to other parents and take their cues from other parents about the kind of support they want to offer?
Yes, and that can be really, really beneficial. I think parent networks are really good in terms of sharing advice, sharing solutions. But if you get the wrong advice in that mix as well, it can be quite damaging. And, the parent network can spread word very, very quickly. So I think that those parent networks really need support as well. And I suppose one of our jobs is working with parents' associations in schools, which can be really positive places of sharing information. So I think those networks that exist, supporting them in terms of having the right information and the right advice is really important.
Yeah. And what kind of practical tips would we offer to parents in this space to support their children's digital well-being? What kind of support do you offer?
Yeah, well, I think often what gets missed is the basics. So we often go straight to the kind of really complex technical things that parents need to know. And they forget actually it's their basic parenting skills that are going to be most important in keeping their children safe. Going back to that, having a good parent-child relationship, a trusting relationship. One of the things that we very much promote and deliver at the moment is training supports for parents around developing an online safety agreement with their child, and that's not a family plan. This is a very tailored conversation between a parent or parents and a particular child, and looking at, because it starts the conversation. One of the hardest things I think sometimes for parents is starting the conversation, because conversations often start in you can't, you mustn't, you shouldn't, stop. Whereas we need to start conversations positively, so that when a parent walks into a room, a child isn't suddenly straight away feeling guilty and having to think, how long have I been online? They're going to tell me to get on. It should be a positive conversation. I think when you're starting that conversation around online agreement and starting to talk with your child about what they like doing, why they like doing it, who they like doing it with, what are the games they play, it changes the whole dialogue. And I think starting from that point of view and then hearing from the child what are their concerns about being online. Quite often parents' concerns are, that kind of online stalker, the grooming, all of those things. But a child might have very, very different concerns, and real concerns about what somebody thinks at school, or the fact that they're not on an app or something. And it's really causing them a lot of stress. So I think even having those conversations, opening the dialogue, negotiating a plan with consequences where the child is invested in it is a really important starting place.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we see that all the time. This is exactly what we hear at Roblox, is exactly that. You know, when they go in and they actually play, like, show me how to do this. Like running into walls, I don't know how to do it. It opens up conversations that, you know, even that has nothing to do with Roblox, but just general conversations like the writing in the car. You get the most information out of your kid when you're driving to the grocery store with them. So we definitely believe that is the case. I would like to make a plug for Good Digital Parenting Guide on the FOSI website that you can all go to. But it gives some great sage advice to parents. It does have a contract. You know, I think that parents don't think necessarily of going to a platform like Roblox for parenting advice. We do work with different partnerships to be, you know, we're not experts, right? So partnering with the right groups in order to be able to post the information on our website so it's easily accessible. For example, we work with the National Association for Media Literacy Education to be able to provide information for parents who want to get it there. That said, the traffic is very low on that point because parents aren't aware of it, they don't think about it. So I think that one of the things that's super important moving on to the future is there has to be one place that is a reliable source and a trusted place for parents to go and collect evidence-based data that's not sensationalized, that's not, you know, a snappy headline that is written to scare them to death, which we've all seen. So I think that that's an area of opportunity.
Yeah. I forgot to say this at the beginning, but we do have some time for questions. So I'm going to ask the panel one more question and then hand over to you guys. We do stand between you and lunch, so you might want to get your questions ready because you're probably all dying for lunch right now. Sorry, go on, Andy.
Could I just answer the education question?
Yes, please do. Yeah.
So if we can learn from other fields where when we had to get sophisticated about education and communication quickly, and you have a limited time budget, we see this in health economics. So in health economics, you have an idea that if a woman is expecting, she's going to have a certain number of minutes of time with a general practitioner doctor, and every minute of that is sacred, and it's accounted for by an entire branch of public health. So you know to have 5 minutes of conversations about potential developmental disabilities and screening. You know that you're going to be talking about changes in different parts of the body and health checks and symptoms of things. And one of the really lovely things about Ofcom having these new powers and the e-safety commissioners having this new authority is to actually protect parents' time, to make sure that 45 minutes of communication at different life stages is time well spent by parents. And we really can learn a lot from other fields. We don't have to reinvent the wheel here. If we're going to take this as seriously as something like a new person entering the world, we can make really good use of time in education. It doesn't have to fall on teachers, and it doesn't have to fall on Roblox.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andy.
Or Google.
Thanks. Justine, could I add one thing?
Yeah, please do.
I think it's important to also hear the voice of kids and youth in this, too. And in a lot of our research, we hear kids and youth talking about the hypocrisy from parents. So for all of us as adults in the room and parents, what we model matters. And so when it comes to balancing the use of technology, the time spent, we have to really think about that from like a family systems perspective, and like how are we supporting kids by what we personally do. And I think that's where they learn the most, right? And so just want to raise that from our research, because kids are very loud about it around the world. They're like, man, my mom texts and drives, or they're on their phone all the time and I'm not, and they're telling me I can't be, but why can they? And I mean, I think it's a really important conversation to have, and really also for self-evaluation, what are we modeling for our youth?
Yeah, has the most impact.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm going to come to you guys for questions now. So whoever is brave enough to try and not only ask a question, but also catch the
microphone.
Watch out.
dice. Yeah. Yes. Someone is brave enough. Oh.
Throwing it.
Thank you. What a fascinating panel this is. I have one question to ask. We're talking about literacy for parents and kids. I wonder, what about the literacy for the product designers and software engineers and data analysts and AI developers to say, okay, we understand that if you promote content that, if you surface content that promotes suicidal ideation, self-harm, eating disordered behavior to children, and in fact to anybody, but particularly to children, it's likely to have a very negative impact. So therefore, the parameters of your AI that you develop should recognize the age band of the kid, whether it's inferred or verified or whatever, and therefore not surface that content. Your management systems are the mechanism by which the business understands the risks that kids are encountering. To what level is there a discussion internally to say, let's intelligently analyze that data from that and then try and leverage that to create safer environments for kids and to signpost those kids that are struggling to the appropriate sorts of mental health and well-being support that they might need. So I use the analogy when I'm talking about this in terms of like in the 1980s, remember you really steep slides and swings and you could come flying off them, great fun, but you could break your arm, or if you fell off a swing, you could hurt yourself. And then health and safety came in and said, hey, designers of swings and slides, maybe think about a slide that has this less steep incline and have like bouncy tarmac around it, so it's safety by design. You still have the parents there, like as Anya said, you still need the parents to push the kids on the swings, and you still need them to advise the kids about like not throwing sand in other kids' eyes and whatever. There's still parenting involved, but the designers of the playground are legally required to think of health and safety and a precautionary principle, and their compliance with that is audited. So I would just like to ask the panel, I'm sure Loda, Tammy and Mindy, and there's a lot of this thought going on internally, so it would be really great if you could share that in terms of what are the companies doing in terms of the actual design of the products, so that they actually create safer spaces for children and young people. And I think that would be a valuable addition to the really valuable discussion about parents and listening to kids and signposting kids to safety advice.
Thank you, Rachel. I recognise that voice anyway. Mindy, Tammy, do you want to
go first? I can go first. So, I mean, this is such a great question, and it's also very near and dear to my heart. I think one thing I want to start with is, first thing, as a company, recognizing children and youth are different, and that there are ages and stages developmentally, and we need to be designing for them across those ages and stages. So that's the first thing, which means policies in place, trust and safety folks, some in this room here today that are working actively on how do we implement our policies that are different for a 3-year-old versus a 10-year-old versus 16-year-old, and having that nuanced product understanding. So that's one major area. The second area, when it comes to product development, is how do we make sure we have experts embedded on our teams? So that's one area that I'm very passionate about, which is hiring a team of researchers that are child development experts. I think actually one worked with Andy back in the day. And they sit on our teams from start to finish, and they are advising along the way. And I think that's such an important part of learning for the engineers in the team that don't have child development expertise or have academic background in this area, or even online safety background, for example. So making sure they're embedded in informing the product development along the way. And then the last and definitely not least, making sure that we're relying on research from the academic community as well as other third parties to make sure it's infused into our product development, our policies, and our approach to making sure we're keeping kids safe online. So that's really what we think a lot about here.
And at Roblox, the safety and civility team is the largest team in Roblox. So it's made up of hundreds and hundreds of people. So the makeup of that team includes clinical psychologists, child experts that contribute to the development of features. My team focuses on advocacy, taking third-party research from people like Andy and others, academics, that are thinking about the evolution of child development, child rights, et cetera. And we advocate internally as what we think should be done and providing that data to our product teams and to our engineers. We also have a process called Safety by Design, and that it's made up of cross-functional teams. That any product feature that is developed has to go through this process. As part of the process, we take a look at privacy rights. We make sure that we're not violating anything like that. We are making sure that we're doing the right things and that our entire community is safe. If we're rolling out these features, we roll it out iteratively. We typically, and it's different from a lot of technology companies who have to have a product feature where it's tied up in a bow, everything, and they just like ship it out there. We actually iterate, and we put it out there, we learn, we roll it back, which to our marketing team is very frustrating. But then we roll it out a little bit more, we iterate, we roll it back, and we continue to improve. So, it is a top priority for us, and we have systems in place. We also have a safety advisory board made up of organizations outside of the company that we present to as part of the Safety by Design process, where we get third party, just making sure that we're hearing from everybody and taking a look at all sides. So we have a very systematic process that incorporates the child.
Thank you. I'm being given a kind of timeout sign. I know do we have time for a couple more questions? One question? Okay, yes, thank you.
Thanks very much. Interesting discussion. I wanted to ask about that challenge between, acknowledging, yes, this is primarily a parenting issue, and supporting, the child online is very much the parent's domain, but that job has been made a lot harder by the fact that the services that children are using are designed to hold their attention for as long as possible, to have them engage and connect. So I think, how do you manage that tension? I guess it's directed mainly at Mindy and Tammy, but how do you manage that tension? You're creating services that are designed to hold their attention. Parents are trying to manage that. And we know, because we ask children, nearly half of them think they spend too much time online. They think they spend too much time online. So they're struggling to put the phone down or put the device down. So how do you manage that challenge? And is there a way that you can maybe make it so that it's not so addictive for children? I should be careful using that word, but you know what I mean, that it's not so engaging for children, and that recommendation algorithm is reined in for children.
Okay, I'll go first. So, we're a little different than social media platforms, right? So we don't have algorithms that have this continuous feed, which I think we look at things very, very differently. Now, do kids love Roblox? Yes, they do. And, when I come across a parent and they go, oh, my kid loves Roblox, they're always on it. I think that one of the things that we try to do is make sure, and it goes back to digital civility education, digital citizenship. And from the very beginnings, helping parents to get in there and help give them the tools to help their kids develop self-awareness, right? So it's a constant balance of making sure that you are aware of what's healthy and the amount of time that you're spending. We would never advocate get off of Roblox, go outside, breathe fresh air, go and be in real life with your friends. We would never advocate just stay on Roblox all the time. But that said, the reality is that this next generation is going to be online much more than we all are in this room. And so, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. There's definitely a balance, a healthy balance that's required. But they're online socializing. Sometimes parents will say, oh my God, go out and play with your friends. And the kids say, I am playing with my friends. My friends are all here. Yes. And so it's a different change of thought process in terms of making sure that the time spent online is healthy and productive. So, that's sort of how we take a look at it.
Andy, I think you just want to come in.
Yeah, just briefly. I mean, kind of historically, that tension, that feeling of, our kids, my kids, I want to see them doing something else. That's not new to this historic moment. This is something that absolutely, whether it's Dungeons and Dragons or television or comic books, that is something, and it's good that our attention is there as parents or as people who care about young people deeply. But to Tammy's point about we're going to be spending potentially more time in these spaces, we should give very serious thought to what that means and who the architects of our spaces are and how we kind of address that. The previous questioner, she asked about, what are software engineers doing? And the idea is, they'll follow some code of conduct or something. But we wouldn't drive over a bridge where the civil engineer followed a code of conduct. We wouldn't fly in an airplane where an aerospace engineer had a good feeling about the plane. And my sister is on her 7th exam for architecture before she's allowed to make her own buildings with nobody looking over her shoulder. It's insane that software architects are building environments for our children and they don't have professional accreditation. A civil engineer, if their boss says, not saying you do this, Tammy, if a civil engineer's boss says use less concrete in the bridge, he or she can say no, and they keep their job because they'll lose their license. Yeah. And so this isn't just to fall on parents. This isn't just to fall on policy people or people on civility. This is about something that we should demand in the basic education of the people who build the environments. They're accountable to us, not their vibes.
Thank you, Andy. I think we could probably go on discussing this for another hour, but we do stand between you and lunch. Can we just give a round of applause to our panel, please? Lunch is in the area outside where you had coffee earlier. Please be back in here for 2:30. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, welcome back. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch. I think you did because you all ate the desserts before I could get there. So I think I'm looking forward to the tea break already. No, this has been some fantastic conversations this morning. They were definitely carrying on into the lunch break. And now we have a fantastic panel to talk about the thing that everyone is talking about. But before we get into the panel, I just want to try something with you guys. I want you to think of a number between 0 and 10. And this is, I guess we call this the FOSI optimism scale. 0 being the least optimistic or the most pessimistic about things. And in this case, we're going to talk about generative AI. And 10 being the most. So 0, it's an existential risk. Gen AI is coming for you, the rest of humanity. It's the end times. And 10 is at the other end of the spectrum. It's going to cure cancer. It's going to deal with climate change. And we will all live to 150 instead of, well, anyway, it's going to be great. So think of a number. Actually, I'll ask the panelists.
No, you asked, no, I thought you were asking them. Sorry.
We're going to have a difficult panel, I can see already. All right, show of hands, anyone in the 0 to 5 range? How many in the 0 to 5 range? Okay, couple of pessimists. 6 to 8. Any 9s and 10s? All right, Andy. I couldn't have said it better myself. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but anyway. Any of the panelists like to share their number before we go any further?
I'm a neutral 5.
Oh, dear. Okay, a neutral 5.
I'm a 7 or an 8, I think.
Optimistic?
Yeah,
I'm a strong 8.
Strong 8.
Strong 8. Not 9 or 10 range.
I'm in this. I'm a 7.5. Is that okay?
Me, yeah.
We'll stay to that. All right. Enough of this. Generative AI is what we're going to talk about. Before we talk, let's introduce ourselves. Courtney, would you start?
Sure. My name is Courtney Gregoire. I serve as Microsoft's Chief Digital Safety Officer. After about a decade of government service, I joined Microsoft, I guess, about 11 years ago. And I now have the pleasure of leading a multidisciplinary team that thinks about digital safety across Microsoft's broad range of products and services.
Cool.
I'm Vicky Nash. I am head of a department at the University of Oxford called the Oxford Internet Institute up there. And I am lucky enough to work with about 50 colleagues looking at different aspects of digital life online. And small fact, I've been there for 21 years, so since it started, one of the first things we did look at was child digital safety, so that has not changed. What has changed was the other one of our first events was looking at the effects of broadband, which was defined as 1 meg. So things have changed.
I'm Henry Platten. I'm co-founder of GoBubble. We care about respectful communication at scale. Former police sergeants, have worked in this arena now for about 17 years. And in particular, I'm very captivated by generative AI. One, because we're already moderating generative AI, both text and image at GoBubble. And also, we're actually creating our own generative AI at the moment, which will be out just in time for the November conference.
Whoa, big news. All right, thank you. Matt.
Matt Soweth, I'm head of trust and safety at Spectrum Labs AI, and we do online content moderation and work with different partners in online capacities. So gaming might be Riot Games, dating, Grindr, and other various apps to help detect online harms and keep users safe.
Fabulous. Well, we're sitting alphabetically, but in a way, it's very appropriate that you're sitting right here because Microsoft has been really at the forefront of all of this. You may want to speak a little bit about that, or you could maybe just start with how does generative AI and online safety intersect within the company, would you say?
Sure. You did articulate Microsoft has really been thinking deeply about the opportunity that generative AI presents, and everyone here probably is aware of our large investment in OpenAI and how we've now thought about integrating generative AI across the range of Microsoft products and services. We really do think that generative AI hits at the heart of digital safety. And we think about it in multiple lenses. Obviously, as we think about building in generative AI capabilities across a range of products and services, you really start at the concept of what is product quality. And you take some of those best practices you've learned from safety into that product quality moment. And why do I say that? Because that's at the moment of what's the content going to generate? How's that going to be deployed? And you think about that in a multimodal fashion. But really quickly, it evolves in a co-creator model. And that is, understandably, the term of art that we use as we think about our deployment across Microsoft. This is now co-created content with human prompts and the capability of computer-generated. And we think about that holistically. We want the product to be safe, trained on appropriate data, thinking about fairness and equity, and then we want to make sure that you're taking that next step of having a user understand what are the safety implications so that they now integrate safety by design. I think that's an interesting moment for us to reflect on, and it's at the heart of how we think about governance. I think one piece that we have been at the forefront, you mentioned, is we recognize globally it is time for regulation at scale on these issues. And I'm happy to talk more about that as we go on, but there are lots of principles that already apply. So no one here should think this is the, legal Wild West. Clearly, the principles of privacy law, of the existing safety regimes, apply to how we think about generative AI. But when it comes to how generative AI may be integrated in critical infrastructure, we know that there are other legal regimes would make sense to update. For example, we want safety breaks in a critical infrastructure integration. That is a logical step. And we do think there's an interesting concept to pull out from what we've learned from the banking financial institutions. We all know the concept of know your customer. Well, when it comes to generative AI, we probably need to know at a systems level. We call it now the K3YC. Know your cloud. What are you utilizing to actually integrate the generative AI? Know your customer. And know your content. And if we think about those concepts, we can talk a little bit more how those can apply in some updated legal regulatory schemes.
Well, let me stay with you. I had the pleasure of seeing your Brad Smith present, what did he call it? The 5-point blueprint for governing AI in Washington a couple of weeks ago. For our audience, just describe a little bit of what he was saying at that time.
Yeah. So I just leaned in on a couple points there, if that makes sense. First and foremost, take heart that we do believe legal and regulatory regimes apply in this phase of generative AI. The second is recognizing that for critical infrastructure, we need to build in safety breaks, and we believe government regulation has a critical role there. Thinking about critical infrastructure, I'm leaning into large-scale power, electrical systems, water systems. When we mean a safety break, really, how do we make sure at the heart of this, there's a capability to turn it off when needed, when it's integrated into critical infrastructure? On the third pillar, it's really unpacking the opportunity to better have provenance over the information ecosystem. We know at the heart of why we think generative AI has such great potential is if you keep humans at the center of it. But keeping humans at the center of it is making sure anyone who is consuming generative AI content in any form knows the provenance of that content. And so there is an opportunity to think about, both through standards and best practices and the role of law, how are we going to help anyone in the information ecosystem understand how that content was generated, how it was edited, and who the publisher is. I mentioned the K3YC principles we think make a lot of sense from a governance perspective. But last but certainly not least is the core principle we've had at Digital Safety this whole time, and that is the potential for AI to solve some of the really vexing whole of society problems requires a whole of society approach to do that. Big tech isn't going to unlock that cure for cancer. That has to be a multi-stakeholder, thoughtful process. And if we think about great concerns about disinformation, or whether AI has the potential challenge of exacerbating tensions and violent extremism, we need to take the same approach that we've led on through multi-stakeholder forums to unlock that potential.
And I do have to ask you this, what can we expect from Microsoft products themselves? In other words, between now and the end of the year, say, am I going to be able to go into a Word document and just think about some things and it'll generate stuff? Or where are we going to be?
No, we're not there. You're going to have to prompt it. But I think the concept of how we're building this is really at the heart of keeping humans at the center of the opportunities that AI can unlock. And so whether you've used GitHub and Copilot, which was the first Copilot integration that really helped unlock the power of coding to those, I'll include myself in this, who aren't necessarily first coders at their language. The capability of using natural language and developing code was how we saw what AI could unlock in GitHub. We think that integration you'll start seeing across our services. So hopefully you won't just think it and it'll produce it, but wouldn't it be wonderful that the memo that you may have given to all of us on this panel about what we would be talking about could be turned into a PowerPoint slide through the capabilities of generative AI and then back to an executive summary as a trip report coming out of this. But it really does mean the humans interacting with the product and the humans at the core and the heart of it. Hopefully you've played a little bit with the new Bing. We think about that as the opportunity to unlock the information ecosystem in a way that makes it more accessible to more people. And then some of the great potentials is what will it mean to get really much more comfortable in languages and cultural competency across the globe in these opportunities.
Yeah, Bing is a thing.
Bing it, ooh.
Do you like that?
From marketing here?
New Bing. Vicky, let's move on to you. Now, I think I can gather from you and your colleagues' scores, you're relatively sanguine about this. There are some in academia who are not, and they were signing petitions to stop all of this. Talk to us about how you and OII are thinking about generative AI and what we should and maybe should not be so concerned about.
Sure. So, I mean, you may have guessed, I guess, from the mark that I gave, that I'm very much of the let's not panic brigade here. It has felt, quite frankly, over the last few months as if we've become the Institute of ChatGPT, and what people have wanted to hear from us about is existential risk, the end of the planet, sort of all doom and gloom. And quite frankly, for me as head of department, for my colleagues who've been doing superb research on AI for many years, it's quite dispiriting that actually, people, particularly media, are less interested, frankly, in so the long history we've got actually of understanding broadly continuity and change around new technological innovations, and putting new techniques like generative AI in that context. So it's not super exciting perhaps to say we actually understand quite a bit about AI, societal implications. We understand about bias and inequality in inputs. We understand about, say, content-generated risks or how bad actors seek to, misuse new tools. But yeah, so we very much frame this debate, I have to say, within the context of 22 years of research that we have done, years of research that others have done, and I suppose it's fair to say we probably have two main messages here. So the first is, yes, as Andy put so well, we do really need to make sure that we're keeping ahead of the game, that we are gaining access to the types of new data that will enable us to identify where there possibly are new types of risk or risks affecting children in different ways. But at the same time, we can bring to bear all the research we've already done. And that should be framing our response here. So, for example, if we are thinking about specifically children and online safety, we know an awful lot actually already about how different vulnerabilities affect children's risks. We understand a lot about the types of tools and interventions that we can use, whether that be education, family response we talked about in the last panel, whether it be safety by design. Equally, I suppose if I look to the future, I think that it's really important we don't forget, just as we didn't, hopefully with other technologies, that there are huge opportunities here for children too. So, I really worry that because this debate is framed, again, by lots of moral panic and concerns about existential risk, that we might say, no children should have access to this. Let's shut it down. Let's not give them any use at all. And that, to me, really sort of runs against the sort of potential benefits that these technologies will have, for children, quite apart from the fact that, as we've heard so well explained, you have to use these things to learn how they work, to develop resilience and ensure that you can use them positively. So yeah, that's where we stand. It's not a very sexy position, I'm aware.
Felt pretty sexy to me, I'll tell you. In the sense that it's nuanced, it's balanced, it's reasonable. But let me ask you this. What about kids, AI, and schools and education? And you're an institute of higher education, after all. Are you happy for kids to just have full access to it?
So, again, I'm happy for kids to have access to it, but I'm also happy for teachers to have access to it. But I do think we need an awful lot more sort of careful reflection and evaluation. And actually, funny enough, and we talked a little bit before, I know, when we were thinking about this session, about the things that scare us. And actually, one of the things that does scare me a little bit, I think, is particularly, say, governments, for example, who are, frankly, quite resource-strapped at the moment, looking at things like Gen AI as a way to, save on costs in schools. Maybe you can expand class numbers by, replacing teaching assistants or having more use of these sorts of things in the schoolroom. And at the moment where we don't have maybe the sort of enough oversight from a sectoral perspective about what the best tools are and whether they work and who they work for and how teachers should be trained to use them. I do worry a little bit there that there's potential sort of negative outcomes, I think, both in terms of the types of education that kids get and in the effects on our regard, perhaps, for teachers generally. So yeah, again, maybe it's not a very exciting thing to worry about, but I do worry about some of the incentives, I think, that might sort of underpin bad outcomes here.
Okay. All right. Henry, let's come to you. It's possible some folks haven't come across GoBubble before, so it'd be helpful to talk about your work and your company's work, and how does it relate or overlap with generative AI in this context?
Thank you. The work that we do at GoBubble essentially is caring for humans. That's what drives us, all the way from our chair, Patricia Carts-Andrez, all the way through to our data engineers. How we do that is by looking after respectful communication. So the work that we do crosses the globe. So we work in everywhere from America, UK, Australia, but always where there's scale. And this is where our work crosses over into generative AI, because one of the most compelling things that's come from generative AI for ourselves isn't actually generative AI, it's what sits behind it. So actually moving from AI to transformer-based AI, and transformer-based AI is what supports generative AI, the fact that you can deal with so much at scale quickly, means actually you can have meaningful impact where you want to be able to foster positive relations, foster positive communities, whatever a platform wants to do. So our work sees us go from content moderation with platforms that have 5 million monthly active users upwards, through to sports, but essentially it's always looking at that same thing. How can you protect the human at the heart? How can you use the tech for good? And that's one of the things that's always driven us.
Great. So how does this new technology, how does it impact trust and safety professionals, say, and their work? That's both, it's coming in both directions, isn't it? They're applying Gen AI, but also they're having to respond to text and images and much, much more. How is it impacting their work?
Massively. As we sit here today, you look at the next 18 months, and in about 18 months' time, all of these statistics show that about 10% of the world's data will have either been created or modified by generative AI. 10%. Now that's scale. So that presents massive opportunities, but also hurdles and risks, which we're talking about today, that as a community, everybody here, everybody watching online, can play a part in solving that. I think about, for one of our clients, for example, and they have massive operations, lots of user-generated content. But one of the aspects where generative AI has helped their trust and safety team essentially is broken down into 4 areas. And if I can be so bold as to steal FOSI's name for this. So first one, F, future. So the whole purpose of transformer-based AI is you can make future decisions based on previous data. And you can do that rapidly. So it's a case of you're not continually having to learn. You can look at best practice that's gone before. You can bring it into how you're operating now. O, look at the offense. Traditionally in trust and safety, we're always pessimistic, and we always look at the negative, and we try to build to defend that. But we're always playing catch up, because we're always responding to humans. And humans will break things. Humans will misuse things. But actually what we can do now with the technology that comes as part of Gen AI is actually go on the offensive for trust and safety. We can actually look at the patterns, look at the behaviors, and actually help to modify those. I'd say S. S could be a couple of things. It could be scale. I prefer to think about sleep.
Sleep?
Yes, sleep.
I'd like to think about it.
Yeah. Trust and safety professionals lose a lot of sleep, and they lose a lot of it because what's going to happen when they're away from the office? What's going to happen when there isn't that supervision of the content that's coming through their platform? Again, the world we're in now, with how AI has evolved, this is a new dawn. So this is more of an evolution, not a revolution, when it comes to AI and how it can help trust and safety. And then the final one for I'd say is intelligence. Trust and safety now, this is the era for trust and safety. Whereas in the past, potentially it's always sat at the periphery, or it's been a voice that's just sat in the corner of a boardroom that will chip in every so often. Actually now with this technology, you can put yourself front and center. You can understand deeper intelligence from your platform, and you can pass that through. And we see that with our clients. I mean, I think of the one I mentioned earlier. They were going to hire 1,000 human moderators to do the work, which is the old style. But actually, by taking this approach, they only have 30, but trust and safety has moved itself to be the core of the business. And now they reach out and they touch every corner. So I would say for trust and safety professionals, this is a very good time, but you have to lean into it.
Wow. Okay. Well, we'll be returning to some of those topics in a minute. Matt, I want to bring you in. I understand you've spent, 15 years in the classroom? Can you talk a little bit about your own journey and your own perspectives on all of this and what's led you to the work you're doing now?
Yeah, and the teacher perspective is interesting, right? So when I started teaching, it was still phones with keyboards, like that was new, right? You flip your phone open, you have a little keyboard on there. It was like the Motorola Envy. And then kids would come into class and be like, Monsieur, I have MySpace, I have 5,000 friends. I'm like, sure you do, let's do our work. Fast forward about 4 years and then smartphones, and that's when things started to change, right? Kids, I always feel young people will do anything with tech that will socially enhance their lives. Right? And that's what I see. If it's texting a friend, if it's playing a game, being connected, whatever that might be. And by 2008, when smartphones entered the scene, stuff like whether it was Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, whatever they were on, that's where things were happening. And all of the social drama that would normally happen on a campus was also happening in tech. And the same conversations, within a couple weeks of AI coming out, we got to ban it, kids are going to cheat. When phones came out, we got to ban them, kids are going to cheat. And rather than have the conversation of, well, why are they cheating? Let's get rid of the tech that enables the cheating. And there's just, to me, it's just two different systems of thinking. How can we show them how to use the tech ethically to create and to do something with it and take away the necessity to cheat because they know how to work around it and use it to help them in their learning, demonstrate their learning, et cetera. The flip side of that, to the trust and safety point, when you're the tech-forward teacher on campus, everyone wants your attention. Everything from, can you fix my printer, to my computer won't turn on, to we have this incident on Instagram, right? And when that stuff started happening, it was the same type of behaviors that we saw before. If you're in middle school, so roughly about, say, 10 years old to 13 years old, it was exclusion. Kids leaving people out, tagging a friend who wasn't in the photo, which would lead to fights, which leads to drama. To this day, my favorite is a student would walk up in class and be like, Monsieur, so-and-so hates me. I'm no one wakes up hating you. How? It's not like I woke up today and be like, Gina's going down. You see what book she's carrying? Yeah, we don't read that here. That doesn't happen. You come to have a conversation, you realize someone said something online, someone said something back, sometimes there's another friend who tells the story out of pocket, and then you got these two people want to fight, and the person doesn't want to fight, and they're like, I don't know what to do anymore, right? And stuff just escalates. And so when you look at the worst side of things, then you start to figure out, how do we investigate this? How do we work with young people to manage this drama? And that's what led to our efforts with groups like #ICanHelp, which I helped founded, to do education and work with kids. How to respond to this? Work with administrators. How do we investigate with this? Work with teachers. How do we train people how to use this tech and to use it to enhance their learning or expand upon their learning, rather than feel like, well, if we give you this thing, you're just going to misuse it, so we can't trust you, right? Because we know that doesn't work either. The last thing that really informed my thinking in that time was really, so I taught video production, English literature, and student leadership. And student leadership is very invested in school culture. How do we empower young people? Because reality, when you're on a campus, it's 10% teachers and 90% students. they're the giant mass of individuals who are going to influence what happens in the culture. We can steer that, right? But within that, how do we empower young people to think about not only the culture of the campus, but then to actually shape it and become that healthy community? And that's the thing about online spaces as well. It's a healthy community. And I think as much as we can do to remove the bad, I also think we can do a lot to encourage the good. And I think AI can support that, right? We could look at unhealthy behaviors, whatever we want to define that as, and healthy pro-social behaviors, and have a means to encourage that to empower others. You know, statistically, we know in online spaces, 80% of the problems are caused by 5% of users. That's our bad actor audience. That leaves about 90%. Of that 90%, we can estimate 20 to 30%, they're always going to do the right thing. You all have that friend. It doesn't matter who, like, they're just going to do the right thing. The rest of it, that movable middle, that's the piece that we want to attack. And think about how do we measure that? How do we encourage that? How do we steer them in the right direction in order to think about this appropriately? And when possible, either through friends or peer pressure or just communal norms, to do the right thing. And so within that, you know, managing a classroom, right? 30 students. What are my policies? What are my procedures, you know, solutions for managing that? On a campus, 3,000 students. What are my policies? What are my procedures? How do I manage that? What are the systems that go within that? From a school district, you go up to like 30,000 students. What are my systems? What are my policies? What are my procedures? And that just keeps scaling to platforms. You have 3 million users. You have 30 million users. The issue, it's the economy of scale, but the concepts are still the same. So how do we tactically then start to break down those steps and then implement them together, whether it is AI as a tool, whether it is our community policies, whether it is our enforcement, or even just the community itself. We know a healthy community is a resilient community. A resilient community has risk. Without risk, they can't develop certain skills to cope. So how do we create those opportunities to not only build those skills, have those interactions, and then be able to recover when something happens that we know is not normal within that setting?
Wow. So that's quite a journey. Talk about Spectrum Labs. How have you integrated AI into your products and services?
Yeah, so we've been around about 4 years, natural language processing, contextual AI, to detect these behaviors online. So for example, within grooming, we have a model work with a group called SOSA. So if you're in the moderation space, and particularly if it's a minor that's being groomed, data privacy laws allows what you can and cannot keep in a platform. So we worked with a partner that had a lot of this data in place. You may know RuPaul. She has a TV show, Underage Undercover in America. It's on the Discovery Channel. I think it's on HBO Max now. But we had a lot of data from her conversations on what groomers would do in order to mislead a child online. And within that, as we started researching, labeling that data, we started to realize certain trends, right? So another variable, sort of an unintentional consequence was, how do humans communicate? So for example, if you use a smiley face emoji, like the laughing emoji, you're probably over 40, right? If you use 2 spaces after a period, you're definitely over 35. Right? And so when you start thinking about age verification and detecting youth on the platform or entering into a sexual conversations, now you're looking at multiple data points. And something with a bad actor or a misalignment of community policies where someone violates something, it's not just one data point, but it's multiple data points. And what AI can do from a contextual process is identify over a period of time when something is happening very quickly, which humans cannot. And previously, much of this would happen when you might get a keyword or a sentence, or maybe it's just a message of this person's going offline. So in one particular instance, a platform that we work with implemented several of these models. One was the grooming, and what they saw is one was an increase in individuals who were trying to drive humans off platform to engage in an inappropriate conversation. But then they were also able to help individuals kind of get guided into the right space by detecting that. Through user reporting, what's fascinating is when they had humans were in the process of being victimized and the system caught it and the automated systems removed it, and they reached out to the person, hey, just so you're aware this is happening, and they're like, it's not happening. What do you mean? Like, no, we detected this thing that was going to happen. Like, no, they weren't doing that to me. And so it was interesting to see, and I think the value of automated systems, if done well, there's a lot of variables in that statement, but if done well, I think a lot of humans, there's an intent of thinking like, that'll never happen to me. Or there's an intent of, I'd be very aware if someone's trying to scam me. And I think most of us feel confident in that, but we found in some instances, people were just not aware. Right? They didn't know what was really happening. And so having that model, I think, can add a layer amidst all the other stuff that can really help individuals stay safe in these spaces.
You mentioned something that sort of caused me to think around age assurance, how many spaces past a, full stop. How do you, let's just open this up. How do you see generative AI or AI more generally impacting in a good or maybe not so good way the methods by which we are assured of someone's age? Anyone? It's going to make it easier, harder?
I mean, my understanding is it's already there. It's already being used. Maybe it's not mainstream yet, but I mean, we have Julie here looking at sort of products which are very good at things like facial estimation to detect age. We know that Meta, for example, said that it uses complex AI to detect and profile users to try and understand if they are overage or underage. So, you know, I'm not sure these are generative products, but we certainly have AI products already doing this. For me, I suppose, you know, one of the things that this might help with is we talk a lot about age verification, which is often a sort of a one-off thing. You provide a document, or you state your age, or you give a credit card. But it does seem to me that where AI may be helpful, particularly if we can do these in really privacy-protecting, data-minimizing ways with all the appropriate checks, is it'll give you more assurance in an ongoing way that the person perhaps that said they were X age is in fact X age, and therefore should still have access to that type of content. So I am optimistic that there is real potential here. I think for me the key is about ensuring that these are indeed data protecting and privacy minimizing, and perhaps with appropriate minimum standards, governed. But I don't know, others?
Slight variation. I think I completely agree with your second point. The opportunity, particularly after there has been a known stated verification, how do you use this from an ongoing age assurance potential in the ongoing environment? That's great. I think we are seeing a lot of people providing opportunities that they believe they've got, whether it's profiling or facial recognition, and those are not privacy enhancing, and those are not privacy protecting, and they are not what many of young people have signed on for, to be profiled before they have access to all types of services on the internet. So while those might be appropriate for specifically child-directed platforms, I think we're a little far off of having, I'll call it, appropriate privacy enhancing ways to think about it across the internet ecosystem while keeping the fundamental holistic rights of the child. But man, the opportunity for the assurance after you've met a moment at the front end does seem to be promising.
Henry, any thoughts on it?
I think, as Vicky rightly said, there are different bits of work and patterns which are taking place at the moment. This is one of the biggest problems that I think crosses over from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0. It also has a wider implication when we take it outside of just age verification and children, and we actually look at identity, and again, who's creating content using generative AI. So this is something which I think as a community we all need to look at and work on together. There are, as Vicky mentioned, great organizations like Yoti who care about privacy and have solutions in place that will help to address that. But the whole beauty of tech is that nowadays, again, going back to what Courtney said, it's almost like if you can dream it, you can build it. That's kind of the world that we're in now with no code and light code solutions. So I don't think that any one organization, any one party should look at this in isolation. It's then connecting to, I know we've mentioned Julian Australia lots today, but Julian can grant the work that's being taken place in Australia, again, really leading the front on this. All comes down to the same issue. If we can help to identify in a privacy-focused way, it starts to move the debate forward in terms of actually what does a civil internet look like? Might not be a safe one, but it might be safer or be more civil.
Sure. Okay, so we had the regulatory session this morning. One thing actually we didn't get into was the new AI Act coming out of the EU, which is going to put new restrictions on AI, curtail use of facial recognition software, require creators of AI systems to disclose more about the data used to create their programs. What are your reactions so far on this? Are we happy about where things are going in the EU? I'll throw into the mix the Prime Minister in the UK wants the UK to be the world's leader in not quite sure what, but AI-ish things, right?
Number of prime ministers per year, maybe. I don't know.
So what are we to make? Courtney?
Oh, good. I think this is opening an important discussion. But the question, I think, is, are we hitting the sweet spot of understanding how regulations that are coming into force literally this fall and next year are going to help address some of the safety concerns in the AI context, how do we get to a place where we're actually understanding the effectiveness of regulatory schemes and then asking the hard question, what is the role of regulation addressing the next highest risk use?
Right.
And that's going to be hard because we know this is the era in which we're saying regulation fell way too far behind technology innovation. We seem to be trying to catch that up in a very short period of time, and are we going to hit the sweet spot that enables innovation? There are some core principles in the AI Act that do make a heck of a lot of sense. I think we understand why transparency at the heart of how these models are built makes sense. That gets at what you need to understand what you're going to potentially build into your systems and deploy. We do think it makes sense to focus on the highest risk applications of AI and not try to take a sweeping horizontal regulation at all applications of AI. That would be highly inconsistent with how we've thought about risk proportional approaches and safety. So there are some of those elements that make sense, but one of those questions is that fear moment overshaping that regulatory debate? How do we bring in a more holistic conversation? And are we agreed on what are those highest risk and sensitive uses? Let's focus on those. I think we would acknowledge facial recognition is one of those. Critical infrastructure makes sense, but let's make sure that you're leaving the space for innovation to unlock, I think what my colleagues have said, great opportunities to truly advance a safer internet that AI authorizes, allows, creates.
I was just conscious that if you want to jump in.
No, well, I agree with that. What's interesting to me, I think it's very quick to pass a law, but the good call out is that these are not new conversations. Facial recognition, algorithmic bias, other stuff. The hardest thing, pre-Gen AI, when I talk about AI, I know how much someone understands about AI based upon what they're quoting, and that tells me what article they read that week. Does that make sense? And the biggest thing on the moderation side that was hard to explain is that there is a heck of a lot of data that goes into AI, let alone generative AI. And one of the things in the back end, we talk about cloud services and other stuff, is what is going into labeling that AI? What is the data that's being used to train that AI? There's safety protocols that have been discussed. I don't think they've been in the public forum as much, but really having more conversations. So that's where I think the benefit to the regulations is it's calling for that. How are you creating this? What is creating this? What is the thought that's behind it? What is your process in doing all this stuff to understand that, can we trust this, right? And I 100% agree. I think the fear-based narrative is killing that conversation and really inhibiting what we're able to logically and ethically talk about. Like, these are the things that we need to make this safe versus, the traditional school mom running around, save the children, and screaming in hair and oh, we got to protect. That's not the issue. It's just that we need to think about, we got a lot of knowledge of the space, right? We've heard safety by design, I think 20 times today. I don't know if anyone's keeping count. If you have count, let me know after. I'll give you a candy bar. But it's the safety by design, we have principles in this place. So now it's what does that look like for AI? And then defining that, which I think the regulation is trying to do.
Cool. Yeah, I think one of the biggest problems with laws, and I think of my previous career in actually carrying out and enforcing laws, is that sometimes they can be rushed through and sometimes they're not fit for purpose. The problem is at the moment there is a very pressing need for commonly accepted rules globally to be in place. I think until that point steps in, there is an overriding moral obligation. I think back to what Andy said about civil engineers just before lunch. And that really resonated personally because just as Matthew said around data labeling and data sets and the approach that you have to AI, nowadays pretty much anything can be built. But there's a very important question that everyone needs to ask. Once you realize you can build something, should you? And that's one of the biggest questions that, again, just thinking of the work that we do, that we always hold ourselves to. Now, there are organizations now who have independent ethics committees that will help to come in and look at how they're operating. This, though, is very much on an individual basis from organization to organization. There is no common code of what's accepted. But if we draw back to what Andy was saying about actually if there was a general approach to AI, if you are looking to get a license to actually create and build AI to release it in the future, how should you hold yourself to account? And I think one of the biggest forces, not necessarily to look at legislation, but it's the market. If the people who are actually using the AI actually hold the companies creating it to a higher account and say, evidence to me, how have you labeled it? How have you built up the data set? How have you trained it? How are you building it? How are you deploying it? And they use that to inform their buying decision, then you will see real change.
We need more philosophers, don't we?
Well, it depends what you're trying to accomplish. If it's
Ooh, burn. Yeah, go ahead. You were going to respond.
Well, I'm a philosopher, so I suppose I can say that.
Oh, good.
I think so. I suppose to be, if I was going to try and be fair to Rishi Sunak, which I don't often do, but I will try. Where I do think perhaps that initial statement around AI and regulation was helpful, was the sort of focus on sectoral expertise and sectoral regulation. So I think the AI Act that the EU is producing is probably the right approach overall. I do have some sympathy for sort of this increased focus on what sectoral regulation can and should accomplish. So, for example, if we go back to the examples we've been discussing, so either medical technology or educational technology, these are fields which have obviously the deepest understanding of what the correct ethical principles are, what the needs of consumers are, or what the existing principles are that might or might not be applied. And so, although I do think that initial sort of statement of let's not have any regulation, let's just leave it to the sectors was probably naive, and they've now backpedaled on that. I do think that the focus on the importance of sectoral regulation is really key and should not be forgotten whilst we look at the sort of brand new overarching regulations we're going to bring in. So I think we are really going to need both. And interesting, maybe just one other thing to flag up on that. I really love the way you were talking about the use of your products in the school setting. We've had some really interesting research going on at OII looking at EdTech specifically, and it's such a fascinating area because it promises so much. The potential for great new products in this area is phenomenal. But again, thinking of how you ensure that those products do deliver value for money, that they are genuinely going to improve educational outcomes, that they do the right things with children's data, etc. That's really key in order to make the best of those products, to make the best of that market. So I think you need both.
I want to talk about research in a minute, but can I just test how many questions are in the audience? Who's got a burning question, something they'd like to ask right now? If not, I'll come back to you in a few minutes. Let's just go back to you. And anyone can answer this, but what research is needed in this space? Because we are racing ahead in terms of legislation, in terms of rules, certainly in Europe. And we're racing ahead in other ways, too, in terms of rolling out products and services. Is there research that we should know about, Vicky, or is there stuff that you would love to see happening?
Sure. We've got great research already ongoing. So we've got a fantastic D4 student finishing up her PhD at the moment, looking at how far we should be able to personalize large language models and what the limits on those should be. Nearly finished. Another great colleague at the moment looking at generative AI and the representation of different minority groups in art and sort of in a visual, so the DALL-E sort of scenario. That's just a couple of examples of ongoing stuff. Areas where obviously we need more research. Again, to throw it back to the things that Andy was talking about this morning, if we really want to know where the risks lie for children, we are going to need to understand how they are using these new tools, and specifically, relating to which children, in which social and family contexts, and how they engage with that. So again, being able to engage with the platforms, to do this research with them is really key. And another area, maybe last area, perhaps just to flag, I suppose, is also just to understand if we're introducing new governance regimes, how are these playing out, in the real world. I examined a great PhD student last week who was looking at ethics-based auditing, and had a great case study of this being used in AstraZeneca, for example. So understanding, how are companies responding with these new tool sets, and in what ways are they shaping decisions and behaviour. So I could go on and on, because you always need more research, but there you go, a few examples.
Love it. Any thoughts?
She did it wonderful. All these questions are burning top of mind. I think at the heart of it truly is, how are children going to utilize generative AI? How can we think about that and better understand that? This community, above all communities, understands that's not a monolithic question, that needs to think about geographic, cultural, socioeconomic, and age differences, developmental differences, and learning style differences. We're all excited about that opportunity, and man, AI can really be at the heart of it, but let's really honestly understand how children and teens are going to use it. And that's some of the biggest questions that are facing us. I think we think one of the greatest opportunities truly is how to scale some of the safety risks, whether it has been radicalization and terrorism and violent extremism across languages and cultures. But we need to be incredibly transparent about the data that the language models and other models were trained on to know that they're actually going to be effective in those cultural experiences. So I want all that research and a little bit more. So
okay, we'll get going.
Yeah.
Either of you two want to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, there's research that we're actually doing at the moment, very early stage, again, looking at generative AI for some of the issues that Vicky was touching on, hate towards different religious groups that can be portrayed and can come through in terms of the prompts that you can put in, and how does that differ from one religion to another. I think the beauty of organizations working in partnership with research is that there's the access to the data at scale, which helps, which means that, again, whilst this is a live debate and we see the headlines almost hourly at the moment that are coming out from fearmongers who are out there, that actually that marriage between industry and academia now can present so much meaningful data quickly and rapidly, which hopefully can then go in to educate Rishi and other leaders globally. And again, I think back to the questions you were asking this morning about your own homeland, and hopefully bring some of the insight back there as well.
Indeed. Matt?
Yeah, I recently had to do a project with Stanford University. They had some graduate students, and they were public policy and computer science. And they were all given an opportunity to work with ChatGPT 3.5 to develop models, classifiers, and work with the data. And two of the numbers that they shared consistently was precision versus recall. So moderation, precision is how accurately can it detect the information versus recall, which could be over moderation, errors of moderation, or the system just like, we don't know what this is. And in each case, when I asked them how do they get to that precision rate, and ideally good precision is, if you're 70, 80%, you're crushing it, particularly if your recall is under 10%, like you're start a business, you're gonna make money. But the idea is, when they got to those numbers with small data sets, I would ask them, how did you get your precision to that number? And they all said the same thing. Well, we had to write better classifiers, and they said, we think we could get higher if we had better data. And so I'm like, again, playing with it, like being able to do research. How are people using it? Research into the data itself, right? We've had a lot of conversations around data labeling. Different platforms are releasing their own Gen AI models. So is there consistency in labeling? Are they going to function the same? Do they need to function the same? Or algorithmic recommendation systems is another one that I would love to see more of, right? How is content getting sent to us, particularly with generative AI, when in theory, it could be smarter than us. I don't know, we got 18 months, right? So how is content getting sent to us, recommended to us, and why should that matter, right? Why should we be thinking about that?
Cool. Can I add one more, since we have our community here for wish list? We've just conducted a very rapid literature review of our concerns around, honestly, the mental health crisis in children. And one of the most interesting opportunities that presented itself is almost 65% of girls, 60% of all kids, said they would love to utilize technology to access more mental health support and help, but only 10% had. Why is that the delta? What is it? How do you close that delta? That is one of the questions top of mind.
Interesting. All right, we got some questions starting to arise. We know the routine. Good catch.
How worried should we be as trust and safety professionals about AI being turned against the sort of protective mechanisms we're putting in place, with safety tech, for example? Already in age verification, we're looking at how we can defend against people using injection attacks to make themselves look or sound older. Is this going to be a wider problem across safety tech?
That is a very, very good question. I think as we think about some of the safety concerns and opportunities, I think we really do approach it from the harms that we know right now and see the great opportunity for AI to get better at understanding child grooming, violent extremism, radicalization, and really thinking about better intervention methods. But you just touched upon one of the highest risks, and where we spend a lot of our time is what is the jailbreak challenge for those that really do utilize to weaponize against. That has to be the place where people spend their time. The good news, back to how we've learned some lessons from the cybersecurity regime, et cetera, we've got some lessons about how those work. but we are in a new era where that has to be a prioritized space. I think that is the kind of, I'll call it three-dimensional, I'm trying not to say war room that we're in, landscape that we're in, and it needs to be top of mind. But the best way for us to all be thinking about it is recognizing that challenge is absolutely very, very astute in this environment.
I think following on from that, one of the biggest risks as well is volume. Because when we're talking about generative AI and you look at, 2 million messages can be created in a day, there's 150 million active daily users that are using the tools. The volume play historically was always limited either on just how much can a human create on their own, or if they are good enough at a programmer and they create a bot, how much can the bot create? But it's very easy to spot trends with bots. What we're getting to now is near human level application in terms of the output that's coming from there. And it's that volume at the moment which is the biggest headache for trust and safety. Because, again, if you're not almost like re-engineering the tools that sit behind chat and other generative AI, which is the transformer-based, you're literally trying to put out a fire with a teaspoon, and it's a huge building. Whereas, again, the approach we've gone is actually use the same tech and actually use it as a force for good. You're matching like for like. So that's, again, it's the opportunity, but also the risk that comes with it.
Yes. Question here in the audience? Can we throw something at her? Oh, no. You're good.
Back to that point we had of how do we help the next set of data engineers and developers, but also small organisations to build that ethics muscle. We had the analogy before of somebody learning how they cross the road, but we've already got people. And if you think of the small companies, the under 10 people startups around Europe being, say, 90% of the future innovation, how do we build that ethics muscle? I don't know, Vicky, maybe in your ethics-based auditing, if there are any clues, or I've seen one from Digital Catapult that had an ethics garage. But how do we, in the next, say, decade, ahead of us building that into the curriculum like we have for medical science, students, they start with the ethics when they sign up for their medical degree. We've got a bunch of people out there for the next decade that haven't had that. So I don't know if we've any thoughts as to how we fill it in for this generation.
Such a huge question. I really want to hear what you guys say as well. But I mean, for me, there's a couple of quite obvious things. So the first is I think that we need to look at what we're teaching in universities. We need to look almost, at every relevant degree that we are then using to recruit for in production of these technologies. So, you often hear the call for we need ethics for computer scientists. Well, maybe we do need to be building that in, but actually, of course, we're not just hiring computer scientists in these companies. So I think that's the first thing is we need to look at what we're teaching in universities generally. The second, I suppose, we've already heard reference to it, is there a need for sort of either licensing or accredited qualifications for particular parts of this type of work, whether that be software engineering, whatever. That's the second part. And I suppose the third, actually, I'm quite interested to know what government can do around this. I'm sure, and you might know actually more than me, Julie, but I have this sense, and you might also know, I have this sense of about 10 years ago, there being efforts, for example, in the UK context, to introduce almost like sort of safety tool sets or safety guidance or ethics guidance for small business startups, which was, again, recognising that you could distill this, perhaps some of the basics at least into sort of, small amounts of information. You didn't have to reinvent the wheel each time. But, so I suppose that's the thing. I would want to look at almost every route into sort of starting a business. So, who you're going to hire, how you're going to think about it, where you're going to get the money from. VCs, another one, frankly, we ought to do a lot more with VCs and investors, I think, around ensuring sort of responsible investment. So, look at every bit of this ecology, I think.
I love it. I'll add two more to the collage. I think that's what you just said.
Ecology. I like collage more.
I like it.
Yeah.
One of the things as we launched our responsible AI program over 6 years ago, we had been investing in STEM education globally and had been a real commitment. We immediately transferred what it meant to build in responsible AI principles to STEM education grants that we're giving in the K-12 level across the globe, and think that needs to be part of that core curriculum. I have to say, one of the jokes that happened on my poor team last year was when we attended a trust and safety first annual conference, not telling you which one that was. Some of my colleagues in the privacy were coming from their 52nd annual privacy conference, the International Association of Privacy Professionals. And I said, if that doesn't tell us the level of where we are right now from an overall professionalization of this ecosystem. I don't know what else does. We actually sent it around to a large swath of our company to say, we're going to have to build this up. And so to me, there is that certification, that professional certification, and how you get everyone in the ecosystem looking to build and culture and create that.
Can I say one more thing? I dissed philosophers before because I couldn't think of a witty response. This is a classic thing. You need more humanities students generally, in these companies and in these roles, for goodness sake. So, yeah.
Chief Philosophical Officer, CPO.
Yeah.
You got it. Is there another question before we wind up? All right. Well, so here's the thing. We've got a bunch of optimists up here. I'm going to just try and challenge you to be a little pessimistic. We mentioned sleep, and I'm just going to ask you, what does keep you up at night? Is there a particular concern? Is there a little bit of a worry around this that you would like to share with the audience? And anyone can start.
For me, it's the environmental costs.
Say more.
Ooh. So we've spent a lot of time over the last few years accepting the fact that we don't pay for most of our services online, therefore we don't really recognize what their financial cost is. And clearly, there are now huge economic and environmental externalities to these products as well, which also we now don't take into account when we're using them. So I really worry that we will overconsume these fantastic products in ways that will expand the potential environmental footprint of this sector in ways that will be bad for us all on our planet.
Yeah, server farms are not cheap.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
I think what keeps me awake is missed opportunity. We've seen that Web 2.0, whilst organizations like FOSI and others were leading the charge, helping to raise the awareness of safety issues that could come through the technology. We're ahead of that now. We're appreciative of it. We can see what's coming ahead with Web 3.0. If we don't seize this opportunity now and we let it go by, we're simply repeating past mistakes.
Interesting. Yeah.
For me, we've had a lot of conversations today about the need for trust and safety and safety by design and learning from the past, et cetera. And what's been disheartening in this past year is, as much as we say we need that, is the amount of layoffs that have happened in trust and safety across the board. I think are going to hamper us in the long term. I don't think we've seen what that fallout's going to look like yet. And what I've learned in any institution, if you don't have someone who can think about these things and own these issues and advocate for them internally, that's when things get lost, mistakes happen, and bad things end up as the result, whatever that could be. So I'm hoping that as we enter this conversation on Gen AI, that we start investing in professionals who have experience in safety, who know how to do this work, who can advocate for it, and sort of be, I don't know, that squeaky wheel is kind of a negative connotation, but could be that person inside and be like, hey, we need to look at it from this angle and really advocate for that work going forward.
Courtney, last word.
I think I'm a bridge there. We know the potential of AI only comes when you keep humans at the center of it and you keep human agency at the center of it. And I feel that there's too many places along the ecosystem at the ability to cut off humans, whether we sit here today and pretend that humans are going to get rid of all those that have to support a content moderation ecosystem. That's not true. If there's not human thought within that, then we are not keeping humans at the center. Similarly, if we create artificial barriers that do not enable children to actually use, test, and play with this, and artificial barriers typically come in a law, that means a child doesn't have to apply it, and they still access the technology, but allows some guardians and parents to keep their heads in the sand, that there's a law that's protecting their children, and they aren't being agents of making sure their children are experimenting. I'll give those two things as...
Excellent, excellent. Well, you remember at the beginning I asked you to think of a number. Did anyone's number change listening to this? Up or down? Anyone?
Mine moved up.
It went up?
Mine went up.
To what?
Well, I'm gonna give you your strong 7.5. I was 5 because we all know the tool and weapons, but it's nice to be with a community that is thinking a lot about the tool. You just have to have some more conversations about the opportunities. It pushes you in the right direction.
Wow, well, it's worth the price of admission right there. All right, well, listen, thank you all very much. And please, let's thank this wonderful panel here. There's going to be a short tea break, and then we'll see you back here for our final panel.
Forgot that I'm not in America.
Tea break.
Okay, welcome back for the final time. Really, really looking forward to this last panel of the day, and it's my distinct pleasure to introduce an old friend, Fred Langford. He's the Director of Trust and Safety and Technology at Ofcom, and for many, many years was the Deputy CEO at the Internet Watch Foundation. I believe I first met you in 2004?
I think it was around then. Yeah.
Around that time. Okay, we're dating ourselves here. Needless to say, he brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise in this field, and I believe uniquely qualified to help us scope out the future. So good luck, Fred.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and thank you very much, everybody. So we're here. We're going to be talking about navigating the future of online safety. I mean, that's we're going to be able to cover that in an hour really easily. But thankfully, I've got a fantastic panel here as well. So I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves and just say a little bit about where they're from and what they do. So first, I'm going to pass over to Julie.
Thanks, Fred. I'm Julie de Bayencourt. I've been in the tech industry for, I think, 25 years. I'm French. I've been living in Ireland for 27, so you'll hear this lovely French-Irish twang. I've worked for a number of startups and then kind of fell into the UGC world. I've worked for Meta for 10 years in a number of roles, and then hopped over to TikTok 3.5 years ago. And there I lead the product policy team. That's the team that makes the rules for what we allow on the platform, which is never boring. Just leave it at that.
Hi, I'm Ian Drennan. I'm Executive Director of We Protect Global Alliance, which is the largest and most diverse network focused on ending child sexual abuse online. Prior to working for We Protect Global Alliance, I was a civil servant doing a number of roles, most recently leading the UK's international response to child sexual abuse.
Brilliant. My name's Alex. I'm Deputy CEO at the Diana Awards. We're a legacy to Princess Diana's belief that young people have the power to change the world, and we recognise changemakers across the globe aged 9 to 25. I believe your brother's friend received one, and Trisha, you are a Diana Award recipient, so I'm in really good company. And we do a number of programs around empowering youth, particularly around things like online safety, bullying prevention, and I actually was very optimistic, 21-year-old, and wrote to Facebook, got a reply, ended up in a small office in Covent Garden when they only had 10 employees, can you believe that? And eventually started working with Julie and team all those years ago at Meta. And I'm a big believer in trying to bring young people into those spaces to make sure that they're listened to and they're heard.
Hi, everyone. My name is Trisha Prabhu, and I'm the founder and CEO of Rethink. And we are a global movement with the mission of tackling cyberbullying and redefining internet culture to be more positive. The way that we do that is we create technology, education, advocacy, all centered on giving youth the skills they need to interact more intentionally and more critically in digital spaces. Like Alex, I first got into the work as a young person. So I'm 23, started the work when I was 13, came out of my own experience seeing bullying, online bullying in particular, affecting friends, people in my community, other young people, and feeling frustrated that there weren't youth voices that were part of the conversation about youth safety. We talk a lot about youth safety, but we often don't see youth in those spaces. I really wanted to change that. I wanted there to be a youth perspective. And we've heard a lot about safety by design. I wanted to try and engineer safety by design. And so that's a lot of the work that we do at Rethink today.
Thank you very much. So this session is, as I've said, is around emerging horizons, and I wanted to put it to the panel. So in the write-up, it said, as tech evolves and iterates, what does the future hold? So I know that's a bit of an open question. I'll probably go back to front. So I can ask you, Tricia, first. What do you think the future holds for technology? I mean, we heard a lot about generative AI, and we were talking in the wings beforehand about how things are changing. But what do you think the future holds as far as those technical developments and some of the things that you've seen online in the past? Thinking a bit generative AI, what you've learned in the past to looking into the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big question, right? Yep. This is like the $1 million question, right? Is what does tech hold? I mean, we talked a lot about the possibilities for AI to influence content moderation. I think that's definitely going to be a part of it, and that was, a big part of the conversation earlier. I mean, I think it's also important to think a little bit about what does technology hold, but also, how will technology and the people who are influencing it change and evolve? I think that there's going to be a lot more space for new voices, especially young voices, to be a part of that conversation. I think Web 3.0 offers us that opportunity, right? That wasn't necessarily an opportunity that we entirely engaged in, 2 decades ago. I think we have that opportunity now to really have those conversations and bring people in to be a part of those conversations. So I'm excited to see how that changes and evolves, especially as it relates to content moderation and figuring out what the rules should be. So I think that'll definitely be a part of it.
Thank you. And Alex, in your world, putting your crystal ball in front of you, where do you see the future taking us?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I'm lucky to sit on a couple of the sort of trust and safety councils for some of the platforms, and some of them are really exciting because, for example, I sit on Spotify's Global Trust and Safety Council, and they're really having to grapple with decisions around not just content but also artistic expression, and had the most fascinating conversation about drill music, which is sort of subgenre of rap music, and I'm a bit biased because when I was before this job, I was a head of house. In Harry Potter they have houses. Well, I worked in a school. I was looking after 180 children, and in my house was a rapper called Central C. Government name Oakley, and we had a lot of conversations about sort of drill music, and that came up, I think, around law enforcement requests that police were receiving, and the bias that maybe the Met Police had in trying to remove Black British culture sort of music, so I think there's going to be a lot more sort of cultural decisions that we're going to have to grapple with. I really liked Trish's point around maybe new voices coming into that conversation. I think that's hugely important. But I'm also always struck by, I think it was a stat that the Anti-Defamation League put out around the scale of moderation, and it was if a platform has sort of 1 billion users and if they each post once a day and the platform manages to 99% of the time accurately moderate in terms of adhering to its policies, that content is still going to leave up sort of 10 million errors a day. And those 10 million errors are not just errors, they're human beings that are going through lived experience. Perhaps it's harm or misinformation on the platform. So I think there's something really interesting about the scale of moderation, and when perhaps AI or machine will get to the point of being able to understand banter, and particular British humour. I think it's quite a hard thing. Some of you, unfortunately, have probably had some awkward conversations with me already. I can just put it down to my British humour. But I think, I'm really excited when that perhaps solves it, because I do feel that there isn't that understanding really. Like we can have regulation, we can have some of that stuff that's going to go through Parliament, but it's not ultimately going to solve some of the scale issues that I think there are.
Absolutely, and if you add that on a global scale, and you're talking about in a very regional scale, it's even more exacerbated. And to you, Ian, and possibly some of the more heinous end of what activity takes place online from a We Protect perspective.
Well, I mean, I think it's what you just said about the international dimension is a brilliant segue. I mean, I think you look, we've got 101 governments as part of our alliance, and there's a huge diversity of experience, of levels of development in terms of legislation, in terms of regulation. But it is in regions of Africa, Asia, Middle East, Latin America, where you're seeing rates of digital connectivity for young people going up like a hockey stick. It's incredible, and therefore, the technology is leapfrogging. So people are going potentially from having no access to the internet at all to having everything in their pocket on a smartphone without those kind of safety measures, without those guardrails. And the crime type we're looking at is borderless. You can have a victim in one country, you can have a perpetrator in another country. They can be using a platform headquartered in a third country entirely. So I think national level responses, or thinking purely nationally, isn't going to be sufficient. And also picking up on your point, Alex, you're talking about British humour. Like, what about Tamil humor based in a particular province of Sri Lanka, which is different from a province in southern India, but capturing that nuance at that very, very sophisticated level, to enable people to express themselves in their own language and in their own way, and to maintain that authenticity. So I think we are going to see very soon the implications of that globalization of digital access coming down the track. I think it's been a bit of an Anglosphere for a long time. That's going to change very, very soon. And we need to be ready for that in terms of how we approach our response to online safety.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Julie, from an industry view, TikTok, what is TikTok thinking about in the future? And because you will be thinking about this not only from a safety perspective, but from a commercial perspective as well. So you might have a bit more of an idea about where things are heading for platforms.
Wow, I can't speak on the commercial side. I think it's just unleashing a tremendous amount of opportunities on all sides, right from opportunities to abuse to opportunities to create and launch new products. What I'm excited about is that I think through some of these changes, we can make the scale issue of moderation probably a little bit smaller. So being able to automate or remove things which are easier, and then having more time spent on, Tamil humor or, Dave and drill, and making sure that people take the right action on this content. I also love the fact that, as things are shifting from a very US-driven perspective a few years ago, we have an opportunity to really listen to those voices. And these are not consumers just receiving a product that hasn't been designed for them, but that they also have the ability to shape what the product looks like, and just be really strong in demanding fair moderation, transparency of decision. So I think this is what I think it can unlock, and that's what I think we can aspire to go to. But
so a really optimistic view there.
Yes, I choose to be cautiously optimistic, but still to see the good side of things.
Well, that works well into my next set of questions, and I'm interested because of that sort of view, and we've heard all sorts of different opinions throughout the day about who has different roles and responsibilities. But I'm interested just to break that down a little bit. And I'll start with you, Julie, because you're from TikTok. What role and responsibility do you see industry having, particularly in shaping the future of online safety?
A big one. I think this is all about shared conversations and sharing the load. That is, getting people on a service, making sure that they are safe. So from our perspective, I'm not going to mention safety by design for the 20th time today, but it is very much part of what needs to happen. It's not an aspiration. It needs to be in place so that, the product feels intuitive and entertaining and fun, but that you have all the safeguards in place. I think that's important that we do this. I also have a perspective as a mum, which has been evolving over the years since, my child has been aging as well. But I feel in a way that perhaps this is just a generational gap, but parents or older generation approach things from a perspective of fear and wanting to protect, where I think we need to embrace, again, curiosity and the ability to have conversations, because whatever the platform du jour is, whatever next app or next service comes into place that will get everybody excited, the questions still remain the same. Like, is it suitable for you? Do they have good practices? When things go wrong, who can you turn to? Is it manned by somebody? And those questions, I think, need to be resolved through discussion, and that parents should not be afraid of it, but just embrace the basic 4 or 5 questions related to new services.
It reminds me of something Stephen was saying at the beginning, actually, just about the pace of change and the news and technology. How do industry stay up to date with the pace of change? I know some of it comes from industry, but just how do you adapt quickly and be agile in those sorts of messages that you're giving to parents?
I think again, that's a personal belief that regardless of what happens, you need to approach things perhaps again with critical thinking and the ability to ask those questions. The pace is insane. It's not going to slow down. There's rarely a month that goes by without something new, something popping up. I think approaching it with calm and being level-headed in trying to unpack this, but the pace is,
Yes.
The face is great.
You remind me a little of a conversation we were having earlier, just saying that today's been a lot of generative AI, and we were saying, well, what happened to metaverse? That was last year. And what's coming next year? Because obviously that's what we're talking about. But thank you. And Ian, I'm interested in your view. You work with a lot of governments, obviously. What role and responsibility do you think particularly governments have in shaping the future of online safety?
I think it's a really, really important role, and I think it's in terms of having an understanding of the problem as a series of different capabilities that need to be addressed. So it's not purely around, in our space, enforcement, takedown, that law enforcement type approach. That's important, definitely, but it's one capability amongst many. So we just put out today, in fact, you can look at our website and have a look at a maturity model, looking at our model national response for government. So at national level, kind of what are the different stages, right, from building up through to a level of maturity, and different governments are going to be at different stages along that journey. But I think two things to pull out in particular. One, there is a need for regulation. We heard that loud and clear from Courtney. I think, there's a strong voice for it from civil society. I think also whenever we speak to parents and children, there's a need for that. So regulation as a kind of baseline, to be seen as a floor, not a ceiling, so something to be built on, but to have that common ground. And then also just to really emphasize a preventative approach and for resources to follow that. So if you look at the amount of resources that go in for, as I say, that law enforcement response, which again, I'm not undermining it, it's incredibly important, but if you compare the amount that's going in for that compared to what's going into preventative measures, it's not even comparable. That needs to be switched right around because you need to stop the harm before it happens. You need to look at those points of pressure where you can design out the harm, where you can help people to be more resilient, but also not putting all the pressure on children, parents, caregivers. I think it's a shared responsibility.
Mm. And I'm interested for Alex and Tricia at the end, really, to hear about your views about stakeholders, because you sort of touched on it both as we were talking at the beginning. What role and who are those stakeholders that, as you see it? Because I've mentioned industry and government, and civil society obviously is another area of government, but I want another area that needs to be involved. But I'm interested in, I'll probably start with Tricia here. Who are those stakeholders and how can they get engaged?
I mean, I think industry and government definitely are key stakeholders. I think the question to ask is, what responsibility do they have to invite other folks that have lived experience and perspective into the conversation, and to do that in a way that is not just performative, but actually substantive, right? You have, a lot of settings where, maybe a young person is invited in, or maybe someone, that actually understands how these problems manifest on a day-to-day basis because they're using the platform or the technology on a day-to-day basis. It's in the room, but maybe they don't have the agency, maybe they don't have the ultimate authority, right? The real decision-making power. I think we're actually starting to see a shift. I mean, having done the work for so long, we're starting to see a shift where starting to see, governments, regulatory agencies, companies inviting people in, wanting to have those conversations, which I think is really positive. And even at times, what's really exciting for me is seeing companies fund young innovators who have an idea and they want to go and build something. They have a vision for what they think the digital world should look like. That's incredible, right? And so it's what kinds of responsibilities do we have to have not just companies and governments, spearheading change, but recognizing that they have resources that they can put behind others who are interested in spearheading change. I think that's a really, really critical question to ask. And the beauty of it is, at the end, we all win, right? Because now we have a number of diverse perspectives, considering a number of potential solutions. Even if a couple of those pan out and work really well, we are all better for it. So I think that's one really key question to ask. Another thing I'll just note is I think education is really, really important. And here I think about, as a young person growing up, there's a huge expectation. Young people know how to use technology so well. They're so digitally savvy. That's very true, but there's a huge difference between being digitally savvy and being digitally literate, right? Huge difference between those two things. And so what do we owe to youth to set them up to be responsible digital citizens, right? So much of the structure and the framework that we have in place today is give young people a device and just hope they know how to swim. And that's, to me, it has never made a lot of sense. So I think we also need to think about how we're actually designing the infrastructure that young people step into the first time they get on a device or the first time they get online, right? What is there to support them? Part of that's going to come from industry, part of that's going to come from government in terms of the direct things that they're direct tools, right? Again, laws, policies, right, tools, but there are also indirect ways that they can support, hopefully, to create a broader ecosystem so young people can turn to amazing nonprofits, so young people have access to basic education on how to use devices responsibly in schools. But I think we need to see those changes happening too. And I think if we do, hopefully we can set them up to be safe and smart online. But Alex, I'm curious, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I think, really good points. I think we've got to have young people in the room for these discussions, because I think while I'm an NGO, I think quite often it's just easy just to speak to the NGO and think, well, they represent young people. And some of the best conversations I had over my career have been sort of or sort of realizations being when young people have been in the room. And yesterday I was at Meta with some young people, and we were talking about social media, and they were actually talking about TikTok and how they really appreciate the timeout function and the prompt, the reminder. But they were like, but you know what you should do, even though this is Meta, young people just wanted to tell anyone in the room, well, you know what you should do? You should be able to personalize your timeout reminder to say, don't forget about that essay, or you've got to go and pick up your brother in an hour or something like that. And I thought, that's such a good point. And it reminds me of sitting with Julie in a former job and young people sort of talking about very simple things like, actually, have you thought about Meta when you decide to report someone, maybe you want to block them as well, have that automatic prompt, or even I remember the language, which language is so important, particularly listening to young people. They found the word report such a big deal, and it was too dramatic as a word. So they said, well, actually, we'd probably describe an issue that we have on the platform as having a problem with it. So, Meta trialed that language for under 18s of changing it to, I have a problem with this post, and saw a big increase with reports. So I think, language really, really matters. And even linked with that, a lot of young people tell me to stop using the word cyberbullying. Because they don't know what cyberspace is. And when I reflect on it, cyber sex, cyber security, very different from what it used to be, right? So I think it is outdated, and I think simple things like that probably just remind you that you do need young people who are living and breathing technology in that room, and that it's really important to have their voice and engage them, because they come up with much brighter ideas than I can alone.
Thank you. And I think you're pretty picking up. We're all quite optimistic folk, and we're looking forward to the future. And I'm just picking up on what you were saying there, actually, Alex, about I'm thinking about product time frames. By the time something starts out and it's rolled out, the people that you're talking about, the kids using them, are going to be probably considered a little bit old for those new products by the time they actually get released. So how potentially, using your previous experience in schools, where do you think we could actually get people to be educated about the things that are coming over the horizon, rather than just appearing right in front of them and using them?
Yeah, I think that's a hugely interesting question, and I think there is, to your point, a bit of a gap into sort of literacy and access to that. I want to see more companies engage young people, but our stakeholders, in the ideation stage of some of these things, because I am aware, not with anyone on this panel, but other companies, perhaps things maybe happen to the trust and safety team still. Like, maybe someone thought that AI in a chatbot was a great idea and didn't think about bringing it to a council first, potentially. So I think sometimes you still see that, and I think that does affect issues. But I think maybe to your point around, I'm not sure how much you can prepare individual users for certain things on the horizon. But I do think companies maybe could go a lot further to gamify or incentivize understanding and education of the tools that are already there, because I think a lot of platforms have introduced some great features around things like blocking keywords, all particular safety settings like modes, but the average user doesn't maybe know about those things. So I would be really interested in if you, and I think it would help with like transparency reporting and metrics, if you were able to talk about in those transparency reports how many users took it upon themselves to go through a very simple quiz or course to equip themselves around some of the features and have those stats. I think Discord, have done quite a good job with some of that. And I think particularly with moderation tools, I know TikTok for Live and Twitch, are now empowering the community to be able to moderate live streams, which I think is really important because we know peer-to-peer works very well. So, I think there's room for more sort of improvement on perhaps allowing users to show that they are interested in those sort of safety discussions and training. And whether you need a badge or not, some people might think it's a bit cringe if you see a badge that says someone's gone through it, but you could toggle it so it's on and off. But I do think users, and I certainly think like companies should go further with not just innovating the product and the tools, but also actually safety and having sort of educational courses or ways to gamify safety learning would be, a really interesting way. And I think it links to the sort of age verification bit with family linking, family accounts. I don't know at the moment what the incentive is to pair with your family member, why would you do that? But actually, if you flip it on its end, it's true. If you flip it on its end, actually, if you said to people, well, if you do this, and we're going to build the right experience for you in terms of enabling your parent to have a conversation and understand what the conversation looks like. But if you do this family link, or if you do this safety course, you would unlock this feature that no one else on the platform gets. Like, that's the sort of innovation I would be really excited to see from companies and platforms, actually making safety exciting and something that people want to opt into because it pays off for them, because they're helping to create the platform, make it safer and healthier. But I haven't seen that yet, so I'm really, really interested in taking it to that sort of level, because then I think it embeds it as part of the sort of platform.
Thank you. I think, Julie, I'm coming to you now as the industry person on the panel. I'm really interested in that youth in design phase concept, and like Alex said, and gamifying. And could you explain a little bit about TikTok's thought process around how you include youth? Because obviously you've got a lot of youth using your platform. How do you actually work to make sure that they are aware of what's coming, or they are part of that design phase?
Yeah, it's such a timely question. We just launched today our youth council. Well, we've announced that we're going to build a youth council for TikTok. I think coming back to Alex and Trisha's point, just making sure we really proactively listen to what young people are telling us, the ideas that they may have. I don't think we have seen a fraction of what online safety could look like, or some of the new features that could be deployed, because young people are living it every day and may think of new ways to connecting and enhancing what's already there. So I'm really excited to see what will come out from this group, to make sure that we don't just take a box. It's not a checkbox exercise, but we really build based on what they tell us. I think that's the exciting bit that we're announcing today. I'll pause for a second. Thank you.
And Trisha, I'm sure you've got lots of ideas from Rethink. How do you think that they could get involved at that beginning stage?
Yes. I think a number of things, so many great ideas have already come up, but a number of things come to mind. One thing that I'll emphasize is, I think, the importance of by youth, for youth leadership, right? So young people listen to other young people, respond when it is fellow young people calling them to a cause, right? So how do we ensure that this is, to the point of trying to get people excited about something, right? What I've seen in my work with Rethink, I think part of the reason our work ended up being so successful is because I was a fellow young person talking about a lived challenge, right? A challenge that we had all experienced. So how do you bring more young people in a leadership capacity, right? Give them the agency, right? And then take what they're doing in that work and incorporate it into what's being built. I think that would be really powerful. That's something that I think is huge. I can't stress enough Alex's point about taking a preventative approach and bringing people in at the ideation stage. I think that is so key, because I've had so many experiences where there is a problem that is not a problem per se, but maybe a concern that's really glaring, to a young person or to someone, with some perspective or background that just otherwise wouldn't be raised, right? Not because of any malintent, but just because it doesn't come up, right? Because it's not even on someone's radar. It's not even apparent, right? For instance, that, the word report would feel more serious than the word problem, right? It just, that wouldn't come up if you didn't have that perspective. So I think bringing them into the ideation phase, I think is key. This will sound like I'm like a personal self-benefit, but I do think that we should compensate young people for their time. So much of this work is done on a volunteer basis, and it ends up pushing a lot of young people, or it only allows some young people into the conversation. So I think from an equity perspective, I think that that's really important. And then, from Rethink's perspective, it's funny, Rethink as an idea, when I first came up with the concept for the idea of Rethink, which it's an anti-cyberbullying app, I'm happy to talk about more, but when I first came up with the idea for it, our very first platform that we got some attention on was the Google Science Fair. So very fun connection all the way back when. That was where we were first validated and got a lot of attention, was out in Mountain View, was Google, who said, we really like this idea. We think it's super interesting, and we want to support you. So again, this idea of backing and funding and supporting young innovators who are coming up with ideas. I was just last week, the week prior, I was in at a retreat in the US that was focused on bringing together funders and youth leaders who are trying to create more responsible tech. And it was amazing to see these conversations, but also really incredible to speak with funders who had maybe never had a conversation like this before. Do you know what I mean? So I think the more that we can move in that direction, and the more that we can also support and meet young people where they're at, right? They may not have a formal organization. They may not have, it might be, right, something very informal, but meeting them where they're at and supporting them where they're at, helping them, providing them the resources to grow the work that they're doing. I think that can be really transformative for them and for our internet.
I think just to build on that, I think we need to understand sort of involvement of people with lived experience, whether that be users in terms of children or in terms of sort of looking at MySpace, looking at survivors of abuse. It's got to be done properly. It's got to be done in a genuine way, and it has to be done in a way that is open to the possibility or the likelihood that those groups will change things, and that they will find things that they do not like, and that need to be changed. I think there is a perception. I think it's seen, almost as a rubber stamp. We'll get some children in, they'll say a speech about X, Y, and Z, and then they'll go away, and then we've ticked that box. It can't be a tick box approach. It's got to be built in, and I think also it should be seen as an opportunity. So it's going to pay dividends if you get people in at an early stage and give them the chance to really test it, really pull at the threads of the product. It's going to be a better product further down the line. Just a little plug for one of our members, Thorn, who just put out a blog about design, working through AI, looking at different stages. What are the questions you need to ask? And one of the concepts they brought in was red teaming, which in a past life as an analyst I used to use quite a lot. And it's just basically trying to think of all the things that could go wrong. So you have a red team that's basically out there to be the enemy and try and just mess about with the product, do all the things they're not supposed to do, and just test it to the point where you find those gaps. But it's going to be a better product along the line. So I think just ensuring that this is a routine part of development. It's not a rubber stamp that you do at the end. It's not something that you rush, and it's not something that you do on the cheap. It's got to be, I think, just built in the same way as legal permissions, copyright, all those other checks that are along the road of creating a great product.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah.
And it's quite a good segue. I wanted to carry on asking. I absolutely agree with red teaming. I mean, I used to do cybersecurity a long time ago, and we used to red team absolutely everything. So I know exactly what you mean. But I was interested in getting your perspective as well about the youth involvement from an international perspective, because as you say, it's making sure that we've got the full user base, global user base, global companies. Have you got any ideas about, from your experience at We Protect, about how there might be possibilities and where the best place is to get that international youth involvement?
No, it's a great question. It's something we're trying to invest in at the moment. We did a study looking at youth experience of self-generated sexual material, sending nudes, whatever you wish to call it. But we looked at that phenomenon in Ireland, in Ghana, and in Thailand. 3 ostensibly very different countries, but we were actually amazed by how many similarities we find. And I think that is a lot of these teenagers are using the same platforms, and a lot of them are having the same concerns. And I think the glaring message that came out of that study was that there is a massive disconnect in terms of trust and in terms of understanding between these teenagers and authority figures, whether those be children or definitely teachers or definitely law enforcement, and even parents as well. They just feel like people just do not understand. And there was a really powerful quote. I think it came from one of the Thai teens we interviewed, and they were saying we're caught between two forms of conformist culture. There's the conformity that we're expected with our peer group, so that's about sharing nudes and running the risk of those being leaked. But there's also the conformity culture of wider society, which just doesn't understand how children are exploring their sexuality in the modern world. And I think we're looking at geographical diversity, but I think we also need to look at diversity of experience, because what we find, again, loud and clear in all of our research, is that LGBTQI plus children are more vulnerable to sexual harms. Also, those who self-define as being of a minority ethnic background, and also those who self-define as being disabled. So, for example, looking at people who are deaf, people who are autistic. So I think we need to take into account of how different groups, different cultures, not treating young people as a monolith and looking at those different experiences. But I think, all that said, there's a surprising amount of common ground globally, which I think took me by surprise, actually.
Yeah. Now I'm just going to give people, a bit like Stephen did, come up with some questions from the floor, because I'm just going to ask a few more questions and I'll come back to you, so to give you the opportunity for us to throw that microphone around. But I really wanted to come back to the panel and really, as we're thinking about the future, and we were talking about licensing earlier, potentially. Someone was saying in the future, maybe people would need to be licensed before they could sign these things off. And I was just interested in hearing the panel's view, to get as many people's views about where those license decision makers would lie. Actually, I think it was somebody who said decision makers. I think it was you, actually, Tricia, who said it's clear about decision makers, and it made me think very much around, well, actually, do we want the engineers to be licensed, or do we want the actual decision makers who are signing off to be licensed? And I'm interested in hearing your views on whether or not you've got an opinion about whether or not we should have a much more structured license-based approach to these sorts of things, or standards-based.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, as many people as possible, or as many subgroups as possible. If it's just relying on one group, whether a legal team or an engineering group, you're not understanding the unintended consequences or whatever forthcoming challenges may be. So if we had a magic wand, so that we'd be able to deploy something and it'd be reviewed and tested and get real-time feedback from a whole bunch of people with different lived experiences and different perspectives. I think as the industry member here, yeah. I guess making sure that internally and externally we engage with as many people as possible is still a way to get this. And it's not, again, to rubber stamp something at the end, but to get people at the ideation stage and build early the right type of features that would be seen as useful. So I think that's the responsibility that we take anyway, which is to engage through the NGOs we work with, our Safety Advisory Council, the Youth Council, and then internally, I think having, as somebody said earlier on, that with AI, that it changes the role of TNS, that you're no longer that team because you've got those insights and you've got, that power. I think TNS is not bottom of the list in that pile. TNS has the expertise, the red teaming, has all the scars. They need to be heard, first and foremost, because they are defending those diverse viewpoints from people who may be surviving trauma, or young people who just want to have a good time on the app.
Yeah. And I'm going to go to Alex, actually, because you were talking about gamifying, and it made me think about licensing, and actually that was a great idea about the potential of opening up features upon that base. And I just wanted to get your opinion on whether or not we should have licenses for coders, or where that should sit, or any ideas about how you think it could be more structured, I suppose, in the way that we were talking about civil engineering.
Yeah, I think it's a super interesting question. And I think one of the things that was touched on in another panel as well was that global aspect of the internet. And it always made me laugh, as much as I love our previous Secretary of State, Nadine Dorris, because she took me to the canteen for jerk chicken in Parliament. She did used to bang out about the fact that it's going to make the UK the safest place to be in the world on the internet, which has never made sense to me, really. And I think there's a big sort of, and sorry I know there's some of the department's representatives in the room today, but I think there's still that big thing of, I see a lot of great industry groups, whether it's We Protect, Technology Coalition, Spectrum, there's lots of other great groups that people are sort of volunteering, being part of, but we're seeing a real vacuum of leadership within governments and actually coming up with some of these frameworks, because you'll find most of the companies do have these frameworks and decision-making frameworks, or perhaps standards, but they're having to maybe, at the moment, coordinate some of that themselves by joining these groups. And yes, regulation might go some of the way, but not if it's very isolated. So I wouldn't be in favor of necessary licensing or that sort of formal approach, but I would be in favor of more exploratory work, across sort of countries in terms of getting to those standards. But, I think I have to reflect on the fact that when I first started this work, there'd be a lot of companies that would avoid being at the table, avoid joining these sort of industry membership groups or coming on panels like this. And I think we've come a long way now where they are choosing to be part of those discussions. So, what we do need now, I think, is the regulation, the government part, to sort of come in line with that, so that future Secretary of States, and we've had, I think, 7 or 8 working on the bill in the UK, perhaps don't have to come up with some of their own bright ideas, which aren't always so bright.
Thank you. Now, do we have anyone that I can't really see up there? Do we have anyone who has any questions? Yeah.
It's very bright.
Do we have any questions from the floor? Yes, we do have someone. Sorry, I'm going to ask you to throw it up there again.
Oh no.
How far are you trying to throw it? There's one here.
Right here? Okay. Don't judge me.
Sorry for anyone further up, you might have to shout.
Oh, not so bad.
Yeah, very good.
Of course, okay.
Hi. Just a lot of people think end-to-end encryption is going to be a serious challenge for the future of online safety. Does the panel have any, possibly for the present as well? Panel got any thoughts on that?
I'm going to throw that to Tricia first, because I'm interested, actually, because you're absolutely right. There's been lots of conversations about end-to-end encryption, particularly protecting children, and I want to hear, what is the youth voice, and what is your opinion about, whether or not there is a threat?
Yeah, no, it's a really great question, and when I think about that question, and particularly the youth perspective, I think about a lot of tension, right, and competing perspectives here, because I was 13 when the Snowden revelations happened. Yes, and so we were very much born into an era of questions about to what extent should the government or any entity, yes, be able to have access to certain types of information, and where should there be lines drawn. I mean, I think that it's incredibly important that as I think Vicky said on the last panel, we take, and I think most young people feel this way, that we take every privacy-preserving measure that we possibly can, that we minimize data as much as we can. And I think one thing I'll say on this is it's incredibly important that as we're building to protect young people, we are also not robbing them of privacy, yes? And so I do think that that is really, really key. At the same time, I don't think that it has to be all or nothing. Do you know what I mean? Right? And I think that sometimes these conversations will end up leading us down a path of, well, I guess there's just nothing we can do, you know? Like, let's just throw our hands up and go home, right? So I think with end-to-end encryption, it's an incredibly important issue. I don't think that we should be, encroaching on young people's privacy. I think that we should be really careful not to rob young people of rights simply because they're minors. And we see this in a lot of other spaces. At the same time, I think we should be really careful to not let just that talking point in isolation prevent us from investing in other technical solutions, which there are plenty. Whether it's product changes, as we've talked about, or other types of technology that are preventative, or regulation that is preventative, that can ultimately put youth interests at the center of the digital experience. So it's a tightrope, and I think most young people would agree that it's a tightrope, right? It's a very tricky issue. But I would just be careful to not lean in one direction too far, I think.
Great. And that was a good segue over to maybe a different opinion. I'm not sure. I'd get interesting to get your view.
Well, I think just to build on that, and I think on your point, Alex, about incentives, I think we need to be trying to incentivize people to do the right thing. And I think we need to, end-to-end encryption is happening. There's Telegram, there's Signal, there's WhatsApp. It's there, it's out there, so we need to deal with it. I think we also need to recognize there's the privacy of victims and survivors of abuse, and the privacy of vulnerable users, as well as the user base at large, and ensuring that we're having a sophisticated understanding of that. But I think we need to avoid perverse incentives where we're creating the conditions where the best thing to do is to just look the other way. And that's not what we want. We want companies to feel that they are in a safe space to look for material, to look for bad behavior happening on their platforms, and for them not to be punished for doing the right thing and looking for that and addressing it. So I think we need to try and have a sophisticated understanding of how this is developing. And I think part of the issue is the debate has got very polarized, and we talked about some of the culture war issues. I don't think that's conducive to delivering a safer environment for children. If people are throwing memes at each other, if I see another Simpsons meme about someone think of the children, that's not how we should be dealing with this. It's not goodies and baddies. It's about dealing with an absolutely an incredibly complex, wicked problem that we all need to be collaborating on addressing.
I'm just interested in getting Alex's view on end-to-end encryption as well.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with Ian, and I think not to bash the UK more, but some of our politicians, from the Home Office and digital and so on, they love the encryption debate because they do want to paint it as this is the evil companies and they don't want to look after children, and it's not as simple as that. And I think particularly some of these MPs absolutely love encryption services. That you should see their WhatsApps, the conversations they have. But I think more importantly, we need to think a little bit more sensibly about it, because for something like the encryption debate, it's something that gets on the front of newspapers and gets in the headlines. But I think for the public, they need to understand a little bit more about what comes with the pros and the cons of that. So I would love to explore that a little bit further if we have more time.
Great, thank you. We have another question behind you. Do you want to just throw it behind you there, Giles? Nope.
I don't think I can stretch that far.
Maybe we could just lower the light so that man's blushing. Is it good?
Just a quick question on the ability to opt out. I was keen to understand the panel's position on if somebody wants to opt out from a particular feature that a platform is rolling out. I think Alex touched on it earlier on about a certain social media app that decided it was a good idea to roll out a My AI chatbot, no names mentioned. But I've spoken to a lot of young people over the past couple of months since that particular feature was rolled out, and many of them were asking, why can't I turn that off? Why does that have to be active on my account? I don't particularly want to use that element of the app, but there's no way to turn it off unless you upgrade and you pay a subscription. Now, it's my understanding that more of the platforms are going to roll out these types of features. Are young people going to have the ability to opt out? But not just young people. Can any of us opt out if we don't want access to these features? And that's something that I feel should be discussed and should be talked about, and even should be considered at rollout stage. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to look at you, Julie, for this one. Being industry, I mean, what do you think about how customizable should a platform be to enable people to do these sorts of things?
Yeah, I think we're trying to get the best of both worlds, right? Ultimate customization where, people who are on the app or on the service just want lots of new ways to make their experience very personal, and at the same time, some things that should be there, regardless, and that you perhaps should not be able to turn off when it comes to some of the basic safety stuff. We don't design products the way, I think that this particular service has designed this feature, so it's hard for me to comment on future things. I haven't seen anything that speaks to, that type of opt-out thing. I don't think that's how we've been thinking about, best practices. And again, going back to the points that we were making before and really listening intently to what people want, that's what we've been trying to do, which is to give, hopefully, delightful experiences and to build those features for them, not to force one path.
Thank you. Go ahead.
One thing that comes to mind for me, kind of related, that I think is important, we've touched on this earlier in the panel too, is where there are customizable features, making them easy to use and access. I think that's one thing that was mentioned that I think we can see, there's room for growth there potentially. I actually run an online column that basically I source questions from young people anonymously about challenges that they're experiencing online, then provide them expert vetted advice, actually in the form of TikTok videos and and blog posts. And some of the questions that I'll get are just questions at times about, a setting or a feature that's there, but it's really hard to get to, And so from customizability, I think one component of the question which is raised is, can you make the change, but also how are those tools and features made available to the user base, right? Especially a young person who, if they're not able to find it in 20 seconds, will not do it. You know what I mean? Like that's, it's just, okay, I can't, if it's not instant, I'm not going to do it. So I think that's just another layer to consider, and an area, right, for listening and for changes and for making changes that will hopefully make things more accessible and give especially young users more agency as they're using the services.
Great, Alex.
Yeah, I think with some examples, there was a bit of a race to use AI and get it out, and I think that maybe that maybe demonstrated the sort of product teams, excitement over maybe trust and safety. But I think lessons have been learned with that, and there's definitely feedback across the board on that. We actually discussed this day recently on Spotify's council about how the use of AI in the platform, and our recommendation was to exactly that users may or should be able to turn that off or have some control over that. So that was certainly one of our recommendations. Whether it will see it through, I don't know. But yeah, I definitely welcome that ability to be able to toggle some of those features potentially, because I think that's important, and particularly when we think about a lot of platforms now are starting to maybe look further at different age groups and what a 13-year-old could maybe have access to versus 16, or what those features are, and I think that's a fine balance in terms of not limiting young people's access to broadcast, to potentially influence in a really positive way, but at the same time, adding some controls there. But I think it's about to get a lot more complicated, particularly as we think about age classification on certain pieces of content and how companies are going to come to some of those decisions and frameworks around that. But I'm definitely in favour of not being forced to have every sort of feature or AI or sort of update put on you particularly as a young person.
Thank you. Now we've got a couple of time for some more questions. Do we have any more questions from the floor? No, everyone's a bit shy late in the day. I've got a few, actually, just off the back of that. I'm interested to get your people's views. We're talking about protecting users' data, particularly youth data. But some of the things we've been talking about, design choice, etc. You need to know who's using that, how old they are, what use cases they're aiming for, and it seems like quite a tricky balance. And I'm just interested in hearing the panel's views on whether or not, particularly I was going to focus in on anonymity, always a tricky thing to say, and how that balance works in practice, because it sounds like there's lots of cases to argue for each of those points, but where does the balance lie, do you think, between having that data use, the anonymity online, being able to know how old your users are? I'm going to throw that open to you
first. Wow, big question in 3 minutes. Yeah. Well, I don't think we're going to solve it today, and I think this is the debate of the last 20 years on how do we achieve this. It's been funny to see how the industry has moved from platforms that are completely anonymous, and perhaps we're seen as a way to provide a service, and things may have changed, to platforms that insist on having your real identity. I don't know, I think we've been trying to have an authentic identity on the platform and make sure that we, again, provide ways for people to disclose who they are, and if they haven't quite disclosed right, that we remove their account or detect their account, and then they have the ability to appeal. But I think this balance of safe anonymous spaces versus giving a lot of data to say who you are is a difficult one. We don't require a huge amount of data for your account to go and start watching content and consuming it. I think that's the direction that we have adopted on data minimization. But on the age verification, I'm sure we could be here next year and still have big discussions on this topic, so yet to be solved.
That's great. Now, I'm conscious we've just got a little bit of time, and I want to give everybody the opportunity of just putting the future as you would like to see it in just a couple of lines. Where would you like us to be in online safety in, say, 5 years' time? And I'll start with the other end, Tricia. Sorry to put you on the spot like that.
No. Where would I like to see online safety in 5 years? I would like to see online safety led by a diverse coalition of people from different backgrounds, geographies, perspectives, that are working together in good faith to consider how we can find the balance between the good that the internet has to offer and some of the harms, and that take, as Ian mentioned so well earlier in the panel, that take a really nuanced, sophisticated approach to safety. And I think that we're on track to do that. I think some of the technologies that we've talked about are going to enable that, but enable us to go beyond really a monolithic approach to moderation and trust and safety to a really diverse, sophisticated, nuanced approach.
Great. I think I've asked you this question before, Alex, in our time together, but where do you want us to be
Possibly,
in 5 years?
I think, one thing I would love, I was always struck when, in the good days of Twitter's Trust and Safety Council, before someone came along, I was always interested in, I asked Jack Dorsey, when was the last time you had a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg about safety? You know what? He said never. Never spoken to him about safety. And I think that's sad. I would like to, maybe like the future, I would like tech executives, founders to actually, talk to each other, because it's really important at the top that they are prioritizing that safety conversation. But I think maybe beyond that, just if we were to dream about maybe Safer Internet Day 2025, perhaps the vision would be all users on that day would be encouraged. Whichever platform wants to go first, talk to me. I'm available afterwards to discuss consultation fees. Every user is encouraged to take some sort of safety course. No, you'll make it work. You'll make it exciting. And then a badge or something is displayed, or some sort of unlocked feature. I'd be really excited to get to the point where you're on the platform and you don't have to go searching for safety features, or you don't have to read a corporate blog to discover that something, has come out, that actually it becomes sort of fabric, a part of the platform, and people can earn badges or different levels. You can upskill yourself, level up, and really teach yourself some stuff around safety, because I think I see lots of offline approaches, really exciting things, but there's not much that platforms have built that maybe could become a sort of signature model that gives users some exciting way to understand how to keep their friends, the platforms that they love, safer and make them even healthier. I think I'd be really excited to see that.
Thank you. And Ian?
I'm going to be trying to be super brief. I think there's 5 years, 3 things: preventative, collaborative, routine.
Like that. Great.
Well done, that was short.
Yeah.
And Julie, from your perspective?
I think the most beautiful products are the ones that are the most, that are the easiest to use. I'd love this to be intuitive, built-in, seamless, and that just as, if a family is looking at buying a car and they just buy because it's safe, that it's seen as a really good thing. Like, safe is not boring, and safe is not the opposite of fun, but that you could say this, that this is something worth investing in because it is safe.
Brilliant, and a great line to finish on. Safety is not boring, everybody. Okay, and please put your hands together and thank the great panel. Thank you. Fire off.
Wow, lots to consider, lots to think about. I guess I'd like to add one, Fred, if that's okay. I'd like, when folks go to Sand Hill Road, that's the place where you go and get your money, venture capital money, they bring with them their CEO and their CTO and their great idea, and the venture capitalist says, "Who's your chief online safety officer?" Do you know what I'm saying? So just putting that out there. I do have an announcement before when we leave for the reception. Please take everything with you. Check around your seats because they're going to shut this room down and we can't come back. So just wanted to make that clear. So come to the end of this year's forum, and I was reflecting with the team earlier. This began as a morning. We thought we'd do a morning. Let's just do a morning. And in fact, that's how we started to plan it. And then, of course, oh no, we need to talk about this. And then someone says, we'd love to come and do this. And we ended up with a full day, which was fantastic. And as a testament to the work that's going on in this community, but also to the extraordinary changes that are going on in our world. And you and I go back a while, a number of us in this room go back a while. I don't think I've ever seen such a rapid change of pace of change in the technology, but also in our responses to it. So challenging times. And I guess also, never seen such a flurry of legal activity either. Obviously in the EU, the UK doing its thing, and in my own country, just wild and wacky stuff going on. I would not recommend the United States as a place to emulate right now in terms of online safety legislation. Although there are good people and there are some good ideas, the fact that states are actually reverting to bans is remarkable. And in fact, right after Utah created its ban on TikTok, Google searches on VPNs went through the roof. And the virtual private network technology was created by the US to export to countries like China in order for folks to get access to the internet beyond what their government was allowing them to do. So talk about full circle. Let's just say, oh yeah, the other thing I was reading in the Post the other day, former Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern was talking about the multinational and multi-stakeholder initiative that became the Christchurch call in response to the shootings of 51 members of the Muslim community in that city. And she feels that that model could work with AI governance. And she says, it is possible to bring companies, government officials, academics, and civil society together, not only to build consensus, but also to make progress. It's possible to create tools that address the here and now and also position ourselves to face an unknown future. We need this to deal with AI or with blank. I mean, it could almost be whatever it is that you're trying to do. But I think that there are models out there, and I don't think we need to have to, I hate that phrase, but I use it all the time, reinvent the wheel. There are ways in which, ways we can follow, like the Christchurch call, to deal with some of the complex issues that has arisen. But I would hope that as we do that, we create what we call in FOSI enlightened public policy, as well as to create enough space for the tech companies, for the entrepreneurs and others to innovate in this space and not just simply lock it down. And that includes the rights of young people to access content and to express themselves. I want to extend an invitation to each and every one of you to come back. Well, not to come back. Yes, maybe we'll come back to Dublin another time. But in November, we are having our annual conference on November 13th in Washington, D.C. We have entitled it New Frontiers in Online Safety. So this will be a lot of exploration of Gen AI. Not surprisingly, we'll have our own research that we'll launch on that day, but also the wide-ranging topics that often are included in a FOSI conference. There'll be exhibits, there'll be breakout sessions, there'll be all sorts of networking opportunities, all of the fun of that. So finally, I want to end with some thank yous. Firstly, to Markham and his Google colleagues in Washington, D.C., but also very much here in Dublin. You guys have been terrific, supportive, hands-off, I would say, too, in allowing us to create the kind of program that we've put together. I also want a round of applause for the extraordinary team of technicians, of the caterers, the reception staff, the people who made all of this happen today. And by the way, the food was terrific. It takes a huge amount. The volunteers that we've had throughout the day who've been wearing the FOSI t-shirts, a huge round of applause for those guys too. And again, our sponsors, TikTok, GoBubble, for your support. We wouldn't be able to physically be here because we wouldn't have had the money to pay for the tickets. Your belief in us is very much appreciated, so thank you for that. To our wonderful speakers and panelists, we've had some exhibitors. A huge thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here, to prepare with us. A lot of preparation was taken on in pre-panel calls and so on, so that's very much appreciated. And last but not least, to the magnificent FOSI team that have plotted out each step of the way and have worked tirelessly over these past few months. Give it up for Emily Mulder, Maria Conticelli, Charlotte Ainsley, and Alana Powers, who I believe is standing up at the back. And a big thank you to each and every one of you for your time and your commitment and your expertise and your willingness to put your effort, and we've heard this phrase, lean in. You've been leaning in on this topic. This is very, very much appreciated. We're inspired by your efforts, and I hope what you've seen in her today has inspired you with new energy, new thoughts, new ideas to take back into your communities. So with that, please join me on the 11th floor for a drink and some nibbles. Thank you all very much.